Hello! Hi! Hi everybody! It's me, it's Luke. I'm back again. I'm doing some more Punishing Grey Raven. Hello. I said on my social media earlier, I'm having some allergies tonight. Or I guess just today. Yeah, I'm having some allergy issues. But I'm feeling as though I think they're manageable at the moment. So I'm gonna do my best to get through them. Because I want to keep playing. I want to keep playing game. It's time for another side story chapter. And this one stars new character Jetavie. She's a new playable character, and kind of a new character to the story in a way. It's complicated. So Jetavie was introduced in like sort of a side game mode, one of PGR's multiple like roguelike side game modes, and she was like kind of the main focus character of that mode. She's an AI who was kind of trapped in this matrix world. It's complicated and hard to explain and kind of confusing. But basically, she was going alongside this chosen one, who is the player character in that game mode, and trying to escape the Matrix with them. And in the end, she did manage to get out. The Chosen One, I don't think, did, because it also turned out, as a bit of a late game twist, that there actually wasn't one Chosen One. It was kind of like a time loop type dealio, and it turned out that every single loop there was actually a different Chosen One. And Jetavie didn't know, because she had like some kind of programming thing where she couldn't actually visually recognize the Chosen One. So she would just see a new Chosen One every time and think it was the same person, but it wasn't. But in the end, she did end up making it out of the Matrix and entering the real world, presumably in the body of a construct. So I really have no idea how she is going to tie into the main story. The only real connection with the main story she has so far is that apparently the Matrix that she was made in was an experiment by Ishmael. Which, God, what is an Ishmael doing these days? But yeah, so aside from that, yeah, I don't really have any clue of how Jetavie is going to tie into the rest of the story. We'll just have to see. So, yes, without further ado, we should get started. I've heard that this chapter's a bit long, so I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of it tonight, but we'll see. Alright. Prologue. What we've discovered may only be the tip of the iceberg. The size of their forces, their purpose, their stance, everything remains unclear. A young girl limps across the battlefield, engulfed in clouds of gun smoke. Collapsed buildings, steel frames, and the dismembered limbs of various creatures lie haphazardly among the rubble. Report. Power transmission towers malfunctioning. Approximately 76% of the area's cables have been disconnected. Stronghold number 5's power distribution network has most likely collapsed. The girl called Ewig. Ewig? The girl called Ewig's visual modules momentarily blurs. She hits the ground as soon as she loses sight. Crack! Her broken leg assembly snaps, becoming part of the rubble. Vital fluid pours from the severed joint. What else? What took you so long? And why are you using my private channel? A voice, barely suppressing its anger, comes through the comm channel. Communication base stations destroyed. Public frequencies down. It took 10 minutes and 23 seconds to switch channels and re-establish contact. Infrastructure damage amounts to approximately 537 standard supply units. The girl lies there among the rubble, reporting in a robotic tone. Oh, great. Just what I needed. More good news. The rough voice from the other end of the communication transforms into a sharp, cold laugh. And her visual module scans the ruins. The badly injured girls are helping each other, their limbs broken, armor dented, cables spilling out from beneath their synthetic skin. Most are covered in charred soot and nearly blend into the debris. The only difference is that they move, which the visual module recognizes as signs of life. Remaining combat units, 5. Losses, 4. The missing caller IDs are number 17. I didn't ask you to report on the loss of expendables. Humanoid combat units are company property, just like power and communication facilities. According to company regulations, losses should be listed in descending order of value in post-battle reports. That's exactly why. No one cares about the value of expendables listed at the bottom. And a somewhat irritated voice comes through the other end. Where is she? She is not within tracking signal range, attempting a fourth search. After unit number 17's depletion, its frame remains in another battle zone. She's most likely gone to find unit 17. If she had just followed orders, we could have saved at least one antenna tower. The highest value unit's action strategy prioritizes protecting humanoid combat units above all else. If she had followed orders, estimated losses would have exceeded 7 individuals. Enough. Time and time again, you keep reporting combat unit losses. Do you think the company actually cares about losing a few handy weapons? By disobeying orders and acting on your own, you needlessly prolonged the mission and even damaged our infrastructure. No one blames the weapons. So who ends up paying the price? I do, as your commander. You've only lost a few combat units, but I'm about to lose my job. Click. The communication shuts off. She lifts her eyes, lacking even a hint of emotion in them. In front of her, a young girl's eyes gradually lose their spark as her body rolls down from a small mound of rubble. Just like that, she naturally and silently blends into the ruins, becoming one among the many broken bodies. New casualty log, unit number 11. Remaining combat units 4. Losses 5. Ewig silently updates the numbers in her report. Begin anew. An infiltration mission? Yes. The mission location is in City 141 along the transatlantic coast. There's a recently reclaimed conservation area in that region. The troops stationed there discovered a strange unit there. A group of girls wearing matching uniforms were fighting against the corrupted. They possess exceptional individual combat skills and teamwork capabilities, but don't belong to any faction we know. We even cross-referenced them with major factions that disappeared at the end of the Golden Age, but still found nothing. So we need you to undertake a solo infiltration mission. Celica pulls out the confidential mission documents from her desk and hands them over, looking somewhat confused herself. Disguised as a hired specialist transported by external vehicle. Solo operation, infiltration, City 141. Why is this a solo infiltration mission? These missions are usually assigned to constructs. This is the result of Gestalt's calculations. Hi, Cole! How are you? I hope you're doing well today. According to Gestalt's calculations, solo operation for Luke has a 93.14% success rate, while the next best, the Purifying Force construct, is only 15.11%. Are you sure there are no errors in the calculations? No. We tried questioning Gestalt, but it only displayed a classified mission file about an operation you previously conducted with the control courts. Do you remember it? I guess so. You have a vague impression that something like that did happen, but you can't recall what happened, no matter how hard you try. The people from the control court are always so peculiar. They only report to President Hassan, and there are certain missions even I can't inquire about in detail. Anyway, that's the situation in a nutshell. No way. A solo mission? It's far too dangerous. Don't worry, we've made thorough preparations. The nearest conservation area is only about 100 kilometers from the city. At construct speed, reinforcements should arrive quickly. Please stay out of counter reconnaissance distance, but stay as close as possible to Luke to provide immediate support if needed. Once Liv and Lucia complete their current missions, we'll immediately dispatch them to standby positions around City 141. But it's still too far away. Your day was okay on account that you didn't really do much? Well, that's nice. I like having a bit of a lazy day. I also had a bit of a lazy day, but that's partly just because my allergies have been bothering me. It was hard to get some rest last night, because I had a congestion headache. Those make it hard for me to sleep a lot of the time. And also, it being, like, hard to breathe through my nose also, like, really doesn't help. But I'm okay right now. You are permitted to attempt to infiltrate City 141 yourselves if feasible, but safety and stealth must remain your top priorities. After all, we still have limited information about this organization. What we've discovered may only be the tip of the iceberg. The size of their forces, their purpose, their stance, everything remains unclear. Yeah, let's ban congestion from the chat. Get out of here. We need to gather sufficient intelligence about them before we can determine how to proceed. I see. Soldiers from the conservation area have observed transport vehicles entering City 141 at regular intervals. We'll help you infiltrate by disguising you as a specialist. Your mission is to gather as much intelligence on them as possible, but your personal safety takes absolute priority over everything else. Okay. I'm wondering like what time period this is set during, because Lee's wearing his entropy frame, and not his hyperreal frame. And at the end of Wither to Shine, when we did the timeline reset, he already had his hyperreal frame. So I don't know when this takes place. As you leave the meeting room, The mission's details are sent to both your terminal and Lee's. It's still too dangerous. He scrolls through the mission details on his terminal with disapproval. It is quite dangerous. It has been a long time since you've carried out an infiltration mission like this. There is definitely some risk involved, but... Aw, thank you, Cole. I'm happy to get to see you too. Yeah, I have fun doing these streams. And I'm glad you're happy to see me too. It makes me feel good. What exactly did you do to assist the control court when they requested your help? Even with Celica's prompting and your best efforts to remember, all you can recall are a few brief words from someone. They still assigned you to execute the mission. I'm just here to calibrate the system. Whether or not to immerse is up to you. These hazy memories and Gestalt's unusual behavior suggest there's something strange about this operation. Anyway, I'll modify your weapons and request some special equipment support for you. Keep in contact with us at all times. If anything unexpected happens, make sure you have at least an hour of buffer time. Once I find an opportunity, I'll figure out a way to get in there myself. Don't worry. The mission will be successful. It wasn't a wish, but a statement. The moment those words left his lips, he was prepared to make them an established fact. Remember, stay in contact at all times. Alright. He's always so worried about me. Babylonia acted swiftly. Before long, task force members who had arrived early at the conservation area successfully intercepted a transport vehicle and apprehended the specialist stationed there. This is a special ID card from one of the employees. They use it to verify their identity. Keep it safe. Thanks. The ID card is made of special material. In the top left corner of the card is a prominent mark. Leibowitz. Leibowitz? She seems surprised, but quickly finds relevant information. Leibowitz was a world-renowned AI manufacturing company during the Golden Age, and was a crucial pillar of the transatlantic economic community. During the Golden Age, this company had frequent business and technological exchanges with Copperfield, the community's leader, particularly regarding cyborg research. Copperfield was renowned for researching and manufacturing bionic animals, while Leibowitz was famous for producing androids. Hi, Ashfrost! How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Leibowitz. That name sounds so familiar. The founder of quantum computing process standards and pioneer of Gestalt physics foundations, William Leibowitz. He once worked at this company, or rather, the company originally belonged to the Leibowitz family. But at this time, why would they be active here? Let's go see for ourselves. Good work. Beyond the rudimentary protective wall of the conservation area, the silhouette of City 141 is faintly visible in the distance. Ooh, you're doing some sketching? What are you sketching? Ooh, already some gameplay. Ungraceful meetup. Found you. And members to deploy are Jetavie and Commandant. Let's see what these achievements are. Help the convoy break free and follow the marks she left. Okay. Okay. Let's go meet Jetavie. You're thinking of learning how to do the box method to draw figures or draw VTubers you admire or video game characters doing their iconic poses. I have no idea what the box method is, but I hope it goes well. I know, like, nothing about visual art. I'm really bad at it, and so I've just never really tried to learn or improve. Leibowitz. What exactly are they plotting? Flipping the card to its reverse side, another string of text materializes before your eyes. Gestrig Academy. Operating under Leibowitz, it was where the owner of this card was originally supposed to report for duty. The box method is how to draw figures and better pose them because it helps the artist draw figures in a 3D plane. I see. Remember how you would draw a cube in math class or geography class? You mean kind of like from a corner? From a corner view? Something along the lines of that? Okay, I see. Operating under Leibowitz, it was where the owner of this card was originally supposed to report for duty. Academy? There's no record of any such academy in the Babylonia database, at least not in any section related to Leibowitz. Which means this academy might have been established after Leibowitz Company went into hiding. It's basically how to better draw a pose or character and get proportions and perspective right. Ah, I see. Okay. I mostly just draw, like, stick figures. A group of young girls dressed in identical uniforms combating corrupted. If the place you were supposed to report to is an academy, then the uniformed troops would make sense. They're likely students of that academy. Being able to combat corrupted suggests these students are likely constructs. But why dress constructs in school uniforms? Or rather, why would students be deployed to a battlefield like this? Like how in art for drawing faces, there's the Loomis method of drawing a head in different perspectives. I'd never heard of that either. The vehicle's bumpy ride jolts you back to reality. The transport vehicle races across the vast, desolate wilderness. You've been studying a lot on how to get better at drawing? That's really good. I'm glad you're putting in a lot of effort to learn more. Because, you know, you always have to be, if you're working on, like, creative skills, you always have to be working on them. Like you said, when you jump into something you're interested in, you dive in and try to learn everything. Yeah, I can kind of relate. I've had a lot of times where, like, on a smaller scale, something piques my interest and I just spend hours looking into it. Wait, Cap. There seems to be someone lying on the ground ahead. No time to waste. This area is crawling with corrupted. Finding bodies on the ground is nothing unusual. Following their gaze, you see only ruins at first glance. Upon closer inspection, you notice tiny dancing sparks among the debris. That girl, if one can still use such a term, lies amid the ruins as lifeless as the surrounding rebar and rubble. Her body appears damaged, with severed mechanical limbs exposing their cross-sections. Short-circuited wires emit sparks, the only feature distinguishing her from the other lifeless debris. You could say her hyperfixations right now are photography, drawing, and possibly learning how to do video editing. Ooh! I feel like I've got to learn how to do video editing at some point too, because then I could probably like do more stuff with like my VODs before I post them on YouTube to like archive them. Plus, I could also maybe make some other videos and such. Like I've got one idea of one kind of video I want to make in the future. Although, maybe it would just be better to get somebody else to do all the editing, but we'll see. I still have work to do before I'm even ready for that. That's probably a construct. We might still have a chance to help her. But to a corpse, you can't really call it rescue. It's salvage. The lead soldier does not contradict you. Instead, he offers a coaxing reply. But she might still be alive, don't you think? You sure know how to ask for the impossible, dear specialist. He responds with sarcasm and mockery, but does not outright refuse your request. We'll take a look when we pass by. Mid-conversation, the mercenary driving suddenly jerks the wheel, causing the vehicle to swerve violently. Enemy attack! What's going on? Someone's opening fire on us, Cap! Turn around, fall back! Rat-tat-tat-tat. Rapid gunfire echoes relentlessly in your ears. The transport vehicle zigzags erratically, desperately maneuvering through the hail of bullets. No, we can't retreat. At this point, you really don't want to play hero, do you? Blindly turning around in open wilderness with no cover would make a sitting duck for their bullets. Damn it. Drive toward those ruins we just passed. The low, crumbling buildings could shield them from bullets. If they could just reach those ruins, they should be able to find temporary cover. The transport vehicle sways violently as it changes course, heading toward the abandoned town. Strangely, the gunfire not only fails to subside, but actually intensifies. Huh? We're still heading forward? It's super dangerous in there. Damn it. Why are we driving this way? There are only more bullets now. Still cursing under his breath, he spins around to shout at the team member behind the wheel. Drive faster! Shit, I sure as hell don't want to die here. Sit tight, Cap. The gunfire continues, but strangely enough, almost no bullets hit the transport vehicle's critical areas. Dust begins to rise. As the transport vehicle enters the abandoned town, yellow sand gradually engulfs their field of vision. As the transport vehicle disappears into the haze, the previously relentless gunfire gradually falls silent. In my opinion, what would be the worst video game world to live in? Probably like any zombie apocalypse. Zombie apocalypses are bad. You would say BlazBlue, any Souls games, maybe Metroid. Yeah. I mean, it's technically a Souls game. I've played a bit of Elden Ring, and living in that world sounds not great. And yeah, thinking about it now, we don't really see a lot of prosperity in Metroid. You don't want to be in a Resident Evil world if you're not the main character. Even as a main character, I wouldn't want that. Like, zombie apocalypse is... They're bad. And, like, once they reach a certain level, they just seem, like, insurmountable. Like, I can't really think of many zombie apocalypse stories where the zombie apocalypse ever actually gets solved. It's usually just suffering eternally. Did we lose them? An uncanny silence falls over their surroundings. From the sand-shrouded ruins, a corrupted suddenly slams against the front windshield. Immediately after, countless pairs of crimson eyes light up from within the dust cloud. Damn it. We just fucking stumble into a corrupted nest? 1, 2, 3. Hordes of corrupted emerge from the mist and charge toward the transport vehicle. Lock and load! The corrupted are crowding in front of the vehicle, making it nearly impossible to move. Damn it. Abandon the vehicle for now. He barely pokes half his body out when a large corrupted lunges toward him. No. The corrupted loses its balance and tumbles to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Whoa. As expected of a specialist. Damn good shooting. Something doesn't feel right. That bullet definitely hit its mark squarely. But even with a service weapon upgraded by Babylonia, it should be impossible to paralyze such a large corrupted with just one bullet. The corrupted roars and charges toward you again. No. The bullet strikes it mid-charge, sending its body flying backward from the force of the impact and its own momentum. What's going on? You only fired once, but there were 2 gunshots through the dust cloud. What an awkward introduction. Through the swirling dust, the silhouette of a girl in black clothing flickers in and out of view from a higher vantage point. Who? I am a corrupted, coming to eat you up. Now are you gonna shoot? The girl's laughter rings through the wind-blown sand. But in the blink of an eye, the black silhouette vanishes like a ghost. As the sandstorm gradually subsides, a wave of corrupted surges forward. 2 gunshots ring out again, and the targeted corrupted falls instantly. Suddenly, an interesting thought pops into your head. Just as expected, the corrupted falls anyway, even though your bullet missed completely. Someone is assisting you from the shadows, but who exactly is this person? It's Jetavie! You watch as the transport vehicle ignores the warning shots and charges straight into the abandoned town swarming with corrupted. They just won't listen. There are loads of corrupted over there, you know? If something goes wrong, don't blame me. The girl yawns out of boredom and passes her black gun to her tail behind her. She perches on the roof of a wooden cabin, leisurely swinging her legs. She can't figure out why that transport vehicle would stubbornly press forward, even after it had been warned by gunfire. Gazing into the distance, she knows her companion's remains lie buried somewhere in those ruins. That's her real purpose for coming here, to recover the body that was so carelessly discarded. She stands up, ready to rush toward her companion's location, but her body suddenly freezes. Why is that transport vehicle still heading toward the exact ruins where her companion lies? No way. Is it just a coincidence? I can't take this. With a resigned sigh, she takes the gun from her tail, aims at the corrupted, and prepares to fire again. She is synchronized with something. A strange feeling. Her signal seems to be synchronized with someone else's. The other person is loading their weapon, raising their gun sideways, quickly taking aim, pulling the trigger. She perceives their every movement with crystal clarity. Who is it? Where? Her visual modules dart back and forth, desperately scanning for the shooter's position. Down to you! A figure in an exoskeleton combat suit looks somewhat bedraggled beneath the thick clouds of dust blotting out the sky. What an awkward introduction. She can't help but find herself intrigued. Loading, aiming, pulling the trigger. To her, these are distinct actions happening in slow motion that she can easily break down and analyze. So she mimics those slow movements, deliberately raising her gun barrel. Bang!
Just as expected. I've still got some power left. A little exercise would be nice.
Alright, let's go! Oh, wait. I'm not Jetavie.
When the teacher shoot that good?
Eh? Oh. Wahoo! Ah! Oh, I see. Okay. That's just switching between guns. Whoa!
Aren't we supposed to escort the teacher?
Yeah, but it kind of feels like we're the ones getting escorted.
Huh? I thought the company sent you.
You idiot. The teacher's asking for your take on Leibowitz.
Oh, that's what you meant. Well, you know, we're just some hired guns. Not with the authorities. We've been hired to escort those sent by the company. You know, people like you.
Just say something nice and can it. Had to give a full intro.
Weird. The road's supposed to be clear. Did something happen? Speaking of which, what you just pulled off was pretty impressive. Is everybody in Leibowitz this good?
I only know the basics.
I get it. You guys are all about secrets. I'll quit prying into your business. By the way, seems like there's a few more barricades up ahead. Would you mind helping us out? The situation's still unclear, so let's stick together and watch each other's backs. What do you all say?
Sounds good to me.
So many barricades. How long has this place been deserted?
I can't go through there. The way my arms are moving is so weird.
Corrupted. There's more.
These corrupted remains still have electrical current running through them. They were destroyed just now. Wait a minute. An arrow?
No wonder we never got an alert. This detector's totally busted. Where's the tech guy?
He cracked open some Golden Age wine and got too wasted in the conservation area to join us today.
Let me give it a try. Ooh, I've done this before. Let's see. Okay, I found it.
All right. Tell the others to head over.
Hold on, there are still some things that concern me.
Stay safe and make it quick.
Looking for me? Trying to keep up.
The girl suddenly disappears, nowhere to be found.
Well then, I'll see you later. What's that sound? You just don't give up, do you? Alright, let's make this quick. I've got places to be. Is there some town sun spreading through the corrupted? Everyone's got a red nose now.
Ah!
Let's not make the same mistake! Carol plays a long night that had no end. With all eyes on us!
I do not really know how to use Jetavie well yet.
There you are! Absurd extrapolation!
Oh,
A data chip? Those mercs just dropped this? Nothing useful at all. All done, as expected of me.
Captain. As expected, she's dead, isn't she? After repelling the wave of corrupted from the town, the transport vehicle stops beside the ruins where embers still dance in the air. A uniformed girl lies there, her torn skin revealing sunken mechanical structures, and patches of what appears to be vital fluid have already dried up around her. She is dead. Around her, mountains of corrupted corpses are piled high. She died after an intense battle. With a hint of bewilderment and loneliness, she lies quietly among the skeletal remains of reinforced concrete and steel. I knew it. The mercenaries checked twice to confirm she won't move anymore, speaking as if discussing some disposable commodity. Let's go. They walk away, having lost interest. You want to take her with you? She's already... Alright. Although we're strangers, a warrior like her shouldn't rest in a place crawling with corrupted. Fine, let's take her. The vehicle can handle the extra weight. Together, they lift her onto the transport vehicle. The engine roars as they continue their journey toward City 141. So they took her away. The young girl, having finished cleaning up the remaining corrupted, arrives at the ruins where her companion had been, only to find the place completely deserted. The young girl, having finished cleaning up the Wait. Oh, that's weird. At regular intervals, mercenary-escorted transport vehicles enter City 141. Company specialists are stationed at her living quarters, posing as teachers. Most likely, the companion they just picked up will also be brought there. She arches her back in a lazy stretch. After synchronizing with that human, the battle becomes unexpectedly easy. She can't help but feel curious about them. Teacher? Teacher? I like Jetavie, she's cute. Also, because I know some of my, well, probably a lot of my viewers also watch Atelier Kieran. I know that Kieran, like a week or two ago, did a collab stream with the person who does Jetavie's English voice. I think her name's Maihan. So that was kind of cool. I was a little shy, but I made sure to go into her stream chat and be like, "Hey, congrats on Jetavie coming out. Good. You did a good job voicing her. She's very cute." I just, wanted to, I don't know, share congratulations, I guess. Weapons of war. As weapons, they're not worth humans risking their lives to save. Oh. Hi, Allie B. Raged. Thanks for being a first-time chatter. Yeah, it's a cute emote. I like it. Both of those emotes are very cute. Well then, dear specialist, we'll take our leave now. You're enjoying the story, I'm doing the story so you don't have to. That's one way to do it. After entering City 141, the transport vehicle stops at the entrance of a forest on the city's outskirts. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you like my narration. I do my best to, do voices for all the characters. I don't know how well I do it, but I'm just trying my best. And since I am kind of an aspiring voice actor, it's a really good practice, I think. So yeah, I like doing these streams. Throughout the journey, you try to extract information about Leibowitz from the soldiers, but you're met with only blank stares, leaving you empty-handed. Better than you reading it in your head. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. The reason, most likely, has everything to do with their position. As mercenaries, they merely accepted the company's commission to help escort the specialists to City 141. They aren't official company employees, so naturally they know nothing about its internal affairs. The task of gathering intelligence will have to fall on your shoulders alone. After a brief farewell, the vehicle sent by the Academy slowly makes its way toward the the nearby City 141. Past the damaged city walls, a winding path carpeted with soft moss and fallen leaves stretches forward. Beyond the road's end stands a surprisingly intact structure. A white building of classical architecture comes into view. Sunlight grows melancholy through the thin mist, and even the chirping of birds has fallen into silence. Hi again, Vilrose. I hope you're having a good day. You also enjoy my narrations of the story? Thank you. And since you're not reading through Begin Anew, you can enjoy my stream and still get the story. Yeah. And I think I get it, because, like, sometimes, like, I mean, as much as I like PGR story, the chapters can be pretty long. So I get that some people probably don't have a lot of time to dedicate to them. I'm very much a story player myself, so I like to read through all the stories myself. I mean, I play for different reasons, but I like stories, so I tend to prioritize the story when I play games. Despite being the season of nature's renewal, everything here seems veiled in pale shadows. Checking the image on the ID card, Gestrig, an academy under Leibowitz's jurisdiction. This is where you are supposed to report for duty. Looking up in the ID card, you scan your surroundings. As if confirming your suspicions, groups of girls in identical uniforms pass by on the distant path. The girl you brought must have been one of them once. Perhaps someone here will recognize her. Excuse me, I was wondering. She bows to you in formal deference, then briskly walks away. You turn your attention to another girl. The girl on my back, is she one of your classmates? Just like the previous girl, she bows politely, but completely ignores what you say. You try questioning several more students, only to receive the same response each time. What is going on here? Normally in a school, an unfamiliar face would easily spark curiosity. But now, they all just keep their heads down, silently rushing past you. Not a single one asks any questions, either about you or about the girl you've brought back. No one cares whether she's dead or alive. These girls move as if following programmed instructions, mechanically walking toward the academy buildings. So I wonder, are they androids or are they constructs? Could it be that the girl you brought back isn't a student here? No, they must be from the same place. Dark-colored uniforms stained with reddish-brown vital fluid and battlefield dust. They even have nearly identical hairstyles. But why would they be sent to battle as students, only to die in desolate wastelands where no one would ever find them? Flowers bloom vibrantly before your eyes, while the girl behind you silently fades away. Spring in Gestrig gives one a subtle sense of being torn apart. You don't look well, Uig. Jetavie hasn't returned, White. You take a few steps forward, following the faint sound of voices. In the distance, you see two girls tending plants beside a flower bed. Are you worried about her? The white-haired girl turns her face toward you, scribbling and sketching in her notebook. No. As the highest value individual, her loss would cause enormous damage to the company. That would contradict our operational strategy. She already graduated, didn't she? I don't understand why she remained here. Maybe she just left and will never come back. The strategy loaded into the highest value individual prioritizes the protection of humanoid combat units above all else. As long as we haven't successfully passed the final examination, she won't leave without reason. This might not be her strategy, but because she wants to do this. The girl known as White speaks with a slight stutter in her voice. That doesn't explain her behavior. No weapon would want to do anything. That contradicts our fundamental programming. Ewig shakes her head. White falls silent. She simply leans down, staring blankly at the white flowers before her. Ewig, it seems we've waited long enough to see the fluorescent chrysanthemums bloom. They glow even in daylight. White pulls out a notebook from behind her and begins to write and sketch in it. Yes. White, astonished by the brief, unexpected answer, looks up at Ewig. Ewig gazes at the white flowers in a trance-like state. Beneath the petals, a butterfly emerges from its chrysalis. She trembles as she crouches down. Her newly attached left leg doesn't fit properly, reaching out to touch the empty chrysalis. Thud. She collapses. White struggles to help her back up. The last test left everyone damaged. Number 17, number 11. They were all lost to the battlefield, weren't they? She silently reattaches Ewig's left leg, the connection points making metallic clicking sounds as they lock into place. It's the same for you, Ewig. If Jetavie hadn't disobeyed orders and suddenly pulled back to rescue you from that swarm of corrupted after your leg was broken, you wouldn't have returned. Just like number 17, right? I came back. What's the point? I don't know. You came back so you can water the flowers with us, right? One individual is enough to maintain them. But looking at these flowers makes you happy, doesn't it? My visual module does not transmit positive emotional signals to my processing center. White watches Ewig silently, observing the vibrant colors reflected in her eyes. Ewig has always been deeply fascinated by all kinds of luminous objects. Me too, Ewig. But my happiness has no meaning in the context of the company's interests. That's not the issue. Just, isn't it okay for us to live? Ewig shifts her gaze away from the flowers and lets out an almost imperceptible sigh. Our existence is meant to maximize the protection of company interests. This has nothing to do with an individual's life or death. Having expectations for impractical things only creates unnecessary burden on the emotional module. Excuse me, I was wondering. Finally approaching them, you attempt to assess the situation. Hello, are you the new teacher? White quickly identifies you by your attire and the recent notice. After respectfully bowing, she steps back, as is customary. Excuse me, but do you know this girl? Is this number 17? White's processing center pauses momentarily as she turns to look at Ewig. Ewig clearly has no experience with this kind of situation either. This is our classmate. Having responded with her preset script to the human before her, White moves to take charge of number 17. Please let me take her. I'll be responsible for bringing her back. The tower bells suddenly interrupt her. White and Ewig, as if suddenly receiving a command, abruptly turn and walk back toward the academy. Wait! They proceed without any acknowledgement, walking straight back as if you had vanished. A broadcast announcement follows. All faculty and students, please gather in the first floor auditorium. Even now, no one has told me what to do with number 17's remains. Hey, you over there, the new specialist. What are you doing? While searching for someone who can answer your questions, you're suddenly halted by a soldier's sharp command. Didn't you hear the broadcast? Go to the first floor auditorium right now. What are you carrying? Why are you still lugging around a depleted weapon? Depleted weapon? Just leave it here. Someone will take it to the waste recycling station. Bringing back a broken weapon. You've caused us quite some trouble. Is this how you treat a warrior who sacrificed herself in battle against the corrupted? That's an order. You only have 3 chances to disobey orders, whether due to negligence, carelessness, or other factors. After that, the company has the right to terminate your employment immediately. Don't make me say it twice. Put it down now, then report to the auditorium immediately. If you leave her here, she'll probably just be thrown into the waste recycling station, won't she? Isn't there something you can keep to remember her by? Something like a construct's nameplate? While lost in thought, you notice the collar around her neck, marked with the number 17. Please let me keep this. Following the sound of the bell, you walk toward the Academy's auditorium, where cold lights flicker through the vast chamber. Stand up. The students rise from their seats in perfect unison, like a circular wall erected around the room. A chilling display of uniformity. A woman holding a pointer walks toward the podium. Clack. Her heels strike the floor with a crisp, measured rhythm, each step distinctly audible in the silent hall. Each step seems precisely measured, carrying an undeniable gravitas, until she finally takes her position at the podium. Good afternoon, Tactical Command Instructors. I am Martha, the Director of Jetavie Academy. Oh, I get a bad vibe from her. She seems like she'll be mean. I feel like she's gonna hit somebody with that baton. She gives a slight nod of acknowledgement to those seated in the front row, and lifts her gaze to survey the standing students. She's got too much detail to not be mean, right? And her face looks unhappy. All humanoid combat units, listen carefully to what I'm about to say and the orders that follow. Yesterday's battle was the 5th round of testing for Jetavie Academy. After the battle in this test, nearly half of the combat zones have been breached by the corrupted and reduced to ruins. 3 power stations were destroyed, 2 communication towers were disabled, and approximately 84% of the computing nodes across all battle zones were completely shut down. Total economic damage amounts to 3,178 standard supply units. I solemnly announce that you have failed the company's 5th round of testing. Testing? Is that what the Academy calls such brutal battles? Even a casual glance shows that many of the students standing here are severely injured, missing limbs and suffering structural damage. The death of number 17 is just the tip of the iceberg. Beyond these injured students, how many more have been left forever on the battlefield fighting the corrupted? Everyone seems desensitized to their broken bodies, standing stiffly and impassively in place. Dead silence. Not even the faint rustle of clothing can be heard. Would children of this age normally maintain such silent stillness in a situation like this? As Leibowitz's newest weapons, you failed to achieve the company's expected combat results. Frankly, this outcome is incomprehensible. The company gave you humanoid bodies, but not so that you, its weapons, would develop pointless emotions. In any case, the failure of the 5th test is undoubtedly a heavy blow to us all. The loss of the battle zone will have irreversible consequences on the situation going forward. However, I expect each of you to do your utmost to minimize the impact of this failure. The company will not give any substantial reward or punishment based on this test's outcome, because as long as you pass the final test, defending the city's inner ring, you will all gain freedom. Conversely, if you fail, every one of you could be discarded. I expect all of you to remember your place and your mission. Final test. You had heard that term before in a conversation between White and Buick. Pass the final test and gain freedom, or fail and face disposal. This was the students' motivation. But could these lifeless, puppet-like students truly understand the concept of freedom? Due to the disastrous consequences of the 5th test round, the previous commandant has been dismissed by the company. Fortunately, as of today, the company has assigned a new specialist to report for duty. I should have been honored to introduce your new instructor to you all. However, despite being scheduled to report at 10 a.m., this specialist failed to arrive. Not until the 5 p.m. routine meeting did the specialist finally deign to show up. I'm deeply curious about what reason this specialist could possibly have for defying company orders just to be late. Her icy gaze sweeps across the auditorium, locking onto the only unfamiliar face. Despite standing on the stage, her eyes judge you like a baleful god. Please answer my question, specialist. I don't think you asked a question. You just made a statement. Yeah, see? You didn't ask a question. You just made a statement. You said you were curious, you didn't ask anything. Come on. There's like this one moment from the show Schitt's Creek that I've been thinking of recently, where the mom, Moira, is like, she's talking to her son and she's like, I have a question for you, David. I am approachable. And he's like, was that a question? And she's like, yes, the question is, I am approachable. He's like, it sounds like you're just stating a fact about yourself. Made me think of that. An invisible weight presses down on you. Your military instincts quickly identify the source of this pressure. Within your visual field alone, no less than 10 fully armed soldiers cast furtive glances your way as Martha poses her question. While both groups are armed forces, the students' mission is to battle the corrupted. These soldiers, however, likely serve a different purpose. They're likely part of the Academy's militarized management system, an intimidation force designed to ensure faculty compliance with orders. You need to choose your words carefully here. I encountered some corrupted. We just completed the 5th test. Most of the corrupted surrounding City 141 have already been eliminated. In other words, even if you encountered numerous corrupted, they could possibly have surrounded your route. You could have simply directed the transport vehicle to go around them. So, Regarding your insistence on engaging the enemy in combat, I'd like you to provide me with a suitable explanation. There was a construct lying on the ground ahead. We were ambushed while deciding to rescue them. Wasn't the company supposed to brief you before dispatching you to Gestrig? She impatiently cuts herself off mid-sentence. They are mechanoids, not constructs. War machines developed by the company. As weapons, they're not worth humans risking their lives to save. Weapons obey the company's orders, absolutely, and fight for the company's interests. All weapons need only follow orders to eliminate the company's enemies. But even humans must obey the rules established by the company in Gestrig. The company tolerates human weakness by allowing 3 instances of negligence. After 3 such instances, you will face dismissal. You've already been marked once for tardiness. Do not make another mistake. She lifts her gaze, surveying all the students present. Now, I formally introduce your new tactical teacher, Specialist Employee number 035034. The company traditionally doesn't concern itself with the names of employees at your rank. However, for the sake of convenience in future communications with the students, I'll permit them to address you by your name. Furthermore, given the record of repeated failures in field command provided by previous commandants, this commandant will only be responsible for daily tactical coordination training, but will not participate in actual field combat command. I'll stay silent. That will conclude today's meeting. You step out of the auditorium. Progress was made on investigating the unknown unit. This special unit belongs to Gestrig Academy. But Gestrig Academy has an inseparable relationship with Leibowitz Company. Are the unit's members mechanoids known as weapons of war? They even appear in the guise of students. To pass their final examination, they battle against the corrupted. Some questions have been answered, but many new mysteries have surfaced. If they're supposed to be war weapons, why dress them in school uniforms? Even the human teachers aren't free. The Academy's management seems excessive. Something happened? My name is Jetavie. Our meeting here is not by chance. My name is... and I'm meeting you here for a few reasons. An inexplicable sense of déjà vu washes over you. Dazzling sunset light spills out behind the girl, a brilliant glow casting a halo on her silhouette. Haven't we met somewhere before? Her smile grows more playful and mischievous. It's only been a few hours since we last met. Have I already faded from your memory so easily? She's obviously referring to the recent incident when our transport convoy encountered the corrupted. That inexplicable sense of déjà vu remains faint. The scene's too blurry to recall. It's clear the only topic left to continue the conversation is this one. At that time, you fired warning shots to stop us from approaching, didn't you? You should properly thank me, you know. A satisfied smile spreads across the girl's face. But in the end, you still charged straight ahead anyway, just in a different direction. And the reason you were so determined to keep going, I'm guessing it wasn't just to avoid my bullets, was it? She says with unmistakable sarcasm, her gaze fixed on the collar clutched in your hands. Do you also think she's expendable? Isn't she, though? At least to humans. The setting sun's glow pierces your eyes as her smile takes on a distinct edge. So mourning someone expendable is a meaningless act, isn't it? Today's number 17 was expended, and tomorrow a new number 17 will take her place. She protected the city and sacrificed herself for it. She was a true warrior and deserves respect. Yes? The girl studies you with growing interest, her small tail gently swaying behind her. Of course. After all, I am a teacher. The girl stretches lazily, then leaps down from the rooftop in a single bound. You really are unbelievably naive. She lands nimbly on the ground, keeping some distance between the two of you. It's not just the teachers at this academy who treat them as weapons. They see themselves that way too. When their perception of their own life is so unclear, how can they learn about death, let alone how to commemorate someone? The smile on her face vanishes before you notice. Her lithe figure is silhouetted against the sunset's glow, hidden in shadow, creating an ethereal impression. Don't you think that's incredibly naive? The words fall softly from her mouth, found somewhere between a question and a whisper to herself. Why should anyone have to learn about death? If I had arrived earlier, number 17 might not have died. After seeing everything that happened, you're still thinking about saving her. And who's going to... For a brief moment, as sunlight falls across her face, you catch a glimpse of her profile. Her expression is complex, a mixture of wistfulness and quiet desolation. What now? I don't know. She turns away, taking 2 listless steps backward. When she turns back, she's wearing that self-assured smile again, as if her moment of sincerity had never existed. I can't believe reality has produced another fool exactly like that person. She spreads her hands and rolls her eyes at you. Regardless, I need to thank you for your support back then. Even if I hadn't helped, you would have found a way out yourself, right? But you still chose to help me. I happened to be looking for number 17 anyway, so helping you was just something I did along the way. She waves her hand at you dismissively. Also, fighting alongside you was exhilarating. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a battle that much. It's so rare to find battles like that, but the company forbids you from commanding on the front lines. Put sticks in the mud. Jetavie flicks her gun with her tail contemptuously as she speaks. Are you also a student here? Her outfit looks completely out of place at the academy, and her eccentric, ghost-like behavior sets her apart from the other students. Not really. Strictly speaking, I suppose I'd be considered a graduate already. Graduate? If someone like her is called a graduate, what kind of education is Gestric actually providing these mechanoids? I'm only staying here temporarily, to find someone. She smiles mysteriously, her gaze casually drifting behind her. You can't help but follow her gaze, spotting Ewig in white slowly approaching you. Looks like someone wants to borrow a moment of your time. Well then, please excuse me as I take my leave. The girl curtsies as she bids farewell, displaying an elegant demeanor completely at odds with her earlier eccentric behavior. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanishes like a phantom once again. I wonder who she's looking for. I mean, it couldn't be the chosen one, I don't think. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna get my blanket. I'm getting a little bit chilly. Yay, blankies! Yeah. Nice and warm. Okay. A familiar nightmare. Farewell. Square, square, square. Ugh. My nose is running a little bit. Sorry if I'm all sniffly while I'm reading. Oh, I should drink something too. I went to the doctor yesterday and they told me I'm not drinking enough water. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Jetavie's figure vanishes like a phantom once again. The white-haired girl noticeably quickens her pace after recognizing you. Teacher, how is number 17 doing? She stops in front of you, bows respectfully, then asks her question with hesitation in her voice. Yeah, Cole, they told me I'm not drinking enough water. I gotta drink more water. Also, I learned that I have to get blood drawn again in like a week. I really don't want to. I hate it. I thought I was done. I thought I was done after Tuesday. I mean, not done forever, but done for the foreseeable future. But now in the foreseeable future, I have to do it again. I'm in my raisin era. Yeah, I guess so. They say you're supposed to drink, I think, 2.5 liters of water every day. And I have not been doing that. Apparently. Because I was seeing a urologist. And so the way that they're deriving that is like, because I had to, sorry if this is too much information, I had to send in a 24-hour urine sample. And it was less than a liter. I guess that's not enough. All right. She stops in front of you, bows respectfully, then asks her question with hesitation in her voice. The company soldiers took her to the recycling facility. White's expression immediately darkens. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. But I suppose that was the best thing you could do for her. I brought back her collar. The collar. A hint of joy flashes across the girl's otherwise stiff face. After confirming no one is watching, she quickly takes the collar and hides it in her bosom. But how did you manage to bring it back? I see. As you explain, the girl called White pulls out a notebook and begins rapidly scribbling and sketching in it. This violates our etiquette standards, White. Another girl with a cold expression approaches. I apologize, teacher. Please forgive our earlier rudeness. The Academy bells have absolute authority over us, and we must arrive at the assembly hall at the designated time. Also, about White. She glances at White, who's crouched on the ground, rapidly taking notes, then continues. Whenever she encounters something interesting, she enters diary mode and can't be persuaded to stop no matter what. Diary? Yes! Today's diary theme is Donga's Big Adventure. As if proudly displaying a finished masterpiece, she shows you her diary, but it contains only circles of varying sizes. This gray circle is teacher, the white circle is me, the blue circle is Yuig, and squeezed between us is number 17. Number 17 was depleted yesterday. You should erase her. That's why I drew her as an empty circle. She slowly exhales. Number 17 was afraid to be alone. Ever since she was created, she had always been a bit different from us. A rather timid weapon, wasn't she? But during the last examination, she was deployed alone to the 6th combat zone. Number 17's personality module was prone to generating phobia and loneliness signals, but the previous teacher judged that she had the capability to guard a small combat zone on her own. According to teacher's account, she did manage to hold the 6th combat zone alone for a considerable amount of time, before finally succumbing to depletion. From a tactical perspective, their judgment was correct. It's not the issue. Yuig. White sighs. 2 hours before her complete shutdown, almost all company property in the 6th combat zone had already been destroyed. There was no longer any purpose in her remaining there. She chose to stay there for us. The 6th combat zone was at the rear. If she had abandoned it, the main force would have been attacked from both front and rear. The result was that she died there all alone, despite being the one among us most susceptible to loneliness signals. As White speaks, she traces the edge of the circle, tightening the outline a bit. There's no point in this discussion. She's already depleted. At least, teacher brought back her color. At least, in my diary, I wrote that I hoped she wouldn't be so lonely. I think this might not actually be a diary. But White's processing core only has records of diary mode, and she should only be able to activate diary mode. White gently tilts her head, looking at you with a puzzled expression. A narrative infused with expectations and imagination should properly be called a story. Ah, I like the word story. So can diary mode also be called story mode? What does teacher think of this story? Donga's Big Adventure. It seems rather abstract. That's true. If it's a story, I feel like something is still missing. I've decided. I'm gonna ask teacher to teach me. A teacher, by definition, teaches. So that's a redundant question. Not just a teacher in tactics, but also a teacher in writing stories. So, to make it better, does teacher have any suggestions? Perhaps you should pay closer attention to the world around you. I would really like to do that, but Commander Martha has already forbidden us from going on any non-combat outings. Already forbidden? Does that mean there was a time when outings were permitted? Keenly sensing something unnatural in her words, you seize the opportunity to ask White about it. After the second evaluation. After that, she no longer allowed us to call her teacher, and she also stopped letting us enter the city's residential areas. What happened then? Many of us were depleted in that operation, and the commander was very dissatisfied with the test results. Afterward, Commander Martha's attitude also changed. It was indeed our responsibility. Another test. Where did you live before the first test? We have no memories of that, and Commander Martha has also forbidden us from learning anything about our past. Confusion flashes across their faces. As weapons meant for use, they probably have no need to know about it. What about Jetavie? She seems a bit different from the rest of you. She's the strongest and most valuable among us. According to our teachers, she should have graduated by now. Look, this black circle represents her. It's separate from all our other circles. White points to a page in Donga's Big Adventure. She usually keeps to herself, but she fights alongside us and protects us, even if it means disobeying orders. She's a very strange individual. I can sense it. She emits a very lonely aura. Should we call her the only fixed point in all these cycles? All the other classmates are lost in battle, and the circles around her keep changing. And yet she alone has survived. Feeling the atmosphere growing heavy, White leans in with a conspiratorial whisper. So, what ending awaits Donga's Big Adventure? Teacher, you'll just have to wait and see. I look forward to it. I'll definitely write a story that'll have teacher singing its praises. Dusk settles in the west. After bidding farewell to the two students, you continue walking along the Academy's flower beds. You've gleaned new information from your conversation with them. The students, who are weapons, have no knowledge of how they were created. After the failure of the second test, the Academy's governance policy seems to have undergone a complete reversal. Jetavie, as a special individual, stands out from everyone else in daily life. She is not here to pass the tests. She has stayed behind to search for someone. As the investigation deepens, more and more mysteries seem to emerge. The tower bell tolls differently than at previous meetings. This time its tone is urgent and frequent. Students from all around quickly converge at the center of the academy. As a teacher, you might as well be a wall amid the flowing crowd. They pass by you silently, never sparing you a second glance. The students' footsteps are uncoordinated, yet they naturally form perfect ranks when reaching the entrance. There it is again. Despite wearing school uniforms, they emit a chilling sense of military precision. Emergency directive. The 7th, 13th, and 14th battle zones are under large-scale corrupted assault. Her voice isn't loud and is somewhat hoarse, but you can still hear her commands clearly from where you stand. Those whose numbers have been called, please proceed to your assigned battle zones for support. Numbers 7 through 29, 32 through 40. It's like reading from the Grim Reaper's list, bringing a deathly silence over the assembly. Some of those called would quietly be depleted on the battlefield, just like number 17. Forcing these young, fragile faces to shoulder weapons and rush onto a battlefield of near certain death. Let's go. Uniformed weapons instantly move toward the battlefield with machine-like precision. A girl's silhouette flashes across your vision and suddenly materializes beside you. Fighting alongside you is strangely exhilarating, you know? We might even create miracles together. What do you say, teacher? Should we take to the field together this time? That playful, teasing smile appears on her face once more as she extends her invitation to you. For this battle, all humanoid combat units will independently assess the battlefield situation. The tactical teacher does not need to be involved. As if she has read your mind, Martha's gaze suddenly pierces the distance and fixes on you. Tactical teachers must not participate in on-site battle command, a company order that was repeatedly emphasized. Openly defying that order would likely sound the alarm. As Babylonia's spy infiltrating Facility 141, you still have many things to investigate. Yet if you join the battle, you could gain intelligence about one side of the battlefield, as well as the combat patterns of these girls labeled as weapons. What choice should you make? Yeah, let's be dangerous. You barely take a single tentative step forward when fully armed soldiers immediately surround you on all sides. Jetavie is now blocked behind a wall of people. Was I not clear enough, sir? Her words fall coldly as the soldiers' guns train on you. Sinister red targeting lasers converge on your head. Your survival instinct starts ringing as you go into high alert. Your mission is to gather as much intelligence on them as possible, but your personal safety takes absolute priority over everything else. Keep in contact with us at all times. If anything unexpected happens, make sure you have at least an hour of buffer time. You are not a fool. I trust someone assigned as a teacher at Gestrig knows what they're doing. If the company didn't require a probation period for new teachers, I wouldn't be wasting my time on you right now. But if you insist on defying orders, I won't hesitate to shoot you dead right here. This goes well beyond just sounding the alarm. Withdraw immediately. Return to your quarters and await further orders. The soldiers slowly disperse, but their infrared targeting lasers remain fixed on you. After carefully weighing your options, you choose to obey the command. There's still much you need to uncover, and this investigation is far from over. You can't afford to rush things now. After signaling your compliance to Martha, the targeting sites trained on you gradually shift away. Jetavie has vanished without a trace, likely rushing to the battlefield herself. A word of advice. Don't get too emotionally attached to them. It's better for both you and them. Leaving these words hanging in the air, Martha turns away coldly and departs. It's 2 a.m. in Babylonia right now. You'd better have a good reason for contacting me at this hour. I've encountered some strange mechanoids. Mechanoids. Weren't you on an infiltration mission? Do you know about the Leibowitz Company? A major android manufacturer from the Golden Age that had technical exchanges with the Copperfield. Are you saying you've encountered mechanoids from the Leibowitz Company? Yes. There hasn't been any sign of them for a long time. You can confirm that the place belongs to the Leibowitz Company. Keep an eye out. There might be Matrix facilities similar to Gestalt there. Similar to Gestalt? The founder of Gestalt Physics, William Leibowitz, once belonged to this company. Even though the Gestalt research program was kept almost completely confidential at the time, we can't rule out the possibility of the leaks. Washu is a case in point. So, the Leibowitz Company likely possesses technology related to Gestalt. Based on that, it was only a matter of time before they developed Matrix facilities similar to Gestalt. I get it now. So, what's unusual about these mechanoids? Many mechanoids here are designated as weapons. They're constantly forced to battle against the corrupted as tests. And then there's the girl they call Jetavie. After being informed about what's happening here, Asimov ponders for a moment before giving a brief response. They must be products of the Leibowitz Company. Their android technology had already reached astonishing levels during the Golden Age. But their behavior isn't merely that of androids. There are two possibilities. One is that they're also conducting construct research. The other is that they've infused androids with some form of AI to replace human consciousness. AI. Based on what we know now, the latter possibility seems more likely. After all, according to your description, they need to receive education at an academy. To put it simply, it's similar to how they trained AI models using datasets back in the Golden Age. What about Jetavie? I don't have any detailed data on them, so I can only provide information up to this point. Thanks. By the way, if you find any similar Matrix facilities, try to bring me some data from them. Sure. After this brief exchange of information, Asimov ends the communication. In the deserted teaching hall, Martha stands at the center, waiting for her superiors to connect. The results of the 5th test look quite disappointing, Martha. The teachers appointed by the company to Gestrig are all elites, possessing exceptional battlefield judgment. Given how dire the situation already was, why did you strip the tactical teachers of their on-site command authority during the emergency mission? The combat missions overseen by the previous tactical teachers almost all ended in failure, and the test results were far from ideal. I fear that's not your true reasoning, is it, Martha? Even though the results of previous tests weren't ideal, the presence of each teacher undeniably had a positive impact on the battle situation. Of course, at a corresponding price. Many tactical teachers prioritized protecting the company's high-value assets in order to achieve battle merits. This led to excessive losses of humanoid weapons. I suspect that is the real reason you stripped them of their command authority, isn't it? However, allowing those weapons to make their own battlefield judgments won't necessarily serve to salvage the battle situation either. As long as we can effectively defend the central area, we can pass the final test. Preserving our forces during the earlier battles is absolutely crucial. Placing too much emphasis on protecting those weapons leads to the loss of outer battle zones, which ultimately puts the urban areas at risk. That's still far better than incurring heavy losses just to defend infrastructure that remains unused most of the time. You're so concerned about the welfare of your students. Are you still treating them with that humanized educational approach? Have you forgotten how the Ninth Directive was used to eliminate a large number of weapons that had deserted during the second test? Allowing them to develop consciousness leads to such outcomes. None of us want to witness something like that again. Since the second test, the Academy has maintained a strict militarized management style for quite some time. You need to be clear about what they really are. Don't mistake their identity just because they're wearing school uniforms. At the end of the day, they're nothing more than weapons of war. But they are also company property. Keeping them ensures that we retain valuable combat assets. You should know that within the company, the opposition faction is still the majority. Most of the leadership believes they are either unfit for combat duty or incapable of fulfilling it, even with basic social awareness. The opposition is constantly eyeing us. If the inner ring of City 141 falls, control of these assets will pass to the other faction. Even though you control Gestrig, I must advise you, to pass the final evaluation, you must accept whatever sacrifices are necessary, no matter how great. Otherwise, control over these weapons will be handed over completely to others. That's all then. You're on your own now. The caller ends the communication. Cold moonlight streams in from beyond the eaves, and yet Martha remains standing in the shadows. Consciousness plunges into a lightless abyss. Is this a nightmare? Everything in sight is devoured by a menacing red, sinking into a whirlpool of despair. Falls backward without warning, her small frame nestling in your arms. Red lines have crept across her fair cheeks, turning her into a fractured mosaic of shards. I'm about to fade away like bubbles, along with the end of everything. Even though it has been a beautiful, fleeting journey, we shared some truly wonderful moments, didn't we? Maybe next time, we'll run a bit faster, reach a bit farther. When you meet the next, please, don't be so gentle with her. Releases your hand and slowly places it on her chest. Several ribbon-like beams of red light burst forth from the cracks in her chest. Stretches out her arms and floats weightlessly into the air, offering an embrace to this grotesque world. Next time, we have to run faster. You take delicate hand, and she smiles at you with contentment. The storm engulfing the world approaches you both, and you silently gaze at the face of Doomsday. Farewell, world. Goodbye. I would rather abandon this miracle that gave me life and convert it into the power to send this world to its death. From another world, let us meet in a better place. Until we meet again. Beautiful radiance tears through the pitch-black world, like light from a lighthouse piercing through darkness, like dawn breaking through the night. Take it. Listen, this is the final voice. She died right before your eyes. Countless times you watched over her, and countless times you lost her. It feels as if a piece is being torn from the depths of your soul, sending waves of excruciating pain through your mind. Who is it? Who is it? Farewell. A girl's face inexplicably appears before you. She gazes at you tenderly, her eyes filled with affection and sorrow. The girl's response shatters like bubbles at the slightest touch, drifting farther and farther away at the edges of the dream. Jetavie! After a violent struggle, your consciousness rapidly resurfaces. It is like you've had a disturbing nightmare, leaving you gasping for breath, chest heaving uncontrollably. The tower clock chimes in the distance. The battle is over, and the students have returned. All right. I think I'm gonna eat just a little something. Take a tiny little break. Eat some crackers. Oh, I'm glad. It seems like my microphone doesn't pick up my chewing. My crunching. I think the artwork of the Academy is really pretty. I do really like kind of gothic architecture. Well, I didn't realize. There's a hidden story. That might be a good place to leave off if this chapter's long. Okay, yeah. So the hidden story goes from after the 16th stage until the end. So maybe tonight I'll probably end up, if I can make it that far, stopping after I finish the normal story part. Kind of like I did before with Shaper's Ripples when that was divided into 4 parts. I wonder if the boss fight will be during the normal story or the hidden story. I hope this isn't too boring, by the way. I know I'm just eating. But what can I say? I'm a little hungry. By the way, this is another chapter I really like the music of. I've already heard the boss music for this, and I think it sounds really cool. It's still very electronic, but it has a bit of a unique sound compared to a lot of the other like very electronic music in this game. You getting cozy, Cole? Are you also in blankies? Oh, soon? You're brushing your teeth? Soon! Okay. Probably enough munching for now. Enough munching and crunching. Counterclockwise. Everything here, no matter how stable it may appear on the surface, is actually a fragile existence. Now Blinky time? Yay! Yay, Blinky time! You look out the window. The students return to the academy scattered and straggling, dragging their broken bodies. The crowd is barely half as dense as when they departed. Ugh, I bet White died, didn't she? Many more have sacrificed themselves. Phantom images from your dreams still linger on your retinas. The morning sunlight fails to dispel the gloom brought by the nightmare. Jetavie, that girl, had vanished so easily in the dream. Was it merely a nightmare? Or something you truly experienced? The phantom images fade away, but the bell continues to ring. I wonder what Commandant had to do with the derived from Matrix story. I thought the chosen one was somebody else. Quickly dressing and heading downstairs, the metallic, rusty smell of vital fluid floods your nostrils. Red liquid smears stretched from the stairs all the way down the corridor. Ugh. They're tracking blood all throughout this place. I mean, vital fluid isn't technically blood, but it's kind of the same. Students pass by, supporting one another, but you still can't find that distinctive black figure anywhere. From a distance, you spot Martha and Ewig at the school entrance. As you pass through the crowd, you silently note the numbers on the collars around their necks. 8, 10, 13, 22, 24, 26. Non-sequential numbers, vastly different from the roster Martha announced before the battle. Officer Martha, Sectors 13 and 14 have fallen. Communication towers in all sectors have been destroyed. Only Sector 7 retains an energy station and 2 computation nodes. The economic loss amounts to 1,382 standard supply units. Additionally, the walls of City 141 have sustained damage. The eastern wall is damaged with a minor breach. If the corrupted launch another assault targeting this breach, the city will come under attack. Have you determined why the corrupted launched another attack so soon? No. What were the casualties among our humanoid combat units? We suffered roughly 40% losses, specifically units 9, 12, 14. She recites the numbers to Martha without expression, and Martha listens silently, standing ramrod straight. All company property losses have been fully accounted for. After hearing the report, Martha silently departs, brushing past a person who has pushed through the crowd to get here. What about Jetavie? She's not on the casualty list. I couldn't find her just now. She's right here. She steps aside, revealing a black body bag. What? From the opening of the bag, a pair of familiar yet vacant eyes stare back. Uig pulls the bag open, revealing the young girl's shattered mechanical torso. What? Her delicate bionic skin is torn in large patches, revealing her mechanical skeleton splintered to pieces. What kind of battle could have damaged her so severely? She's just out of power. She can still function. This is Jetavie's normal state. Her consciousness becomes unstable during extended battles. She kills enemies recklessly, causing extensive damage to her frame. This is the only way we can bring her back. Her consciousness becomes unstable? Yesterday's battle was an exception. She usually doesn't walk back on her own in such an intact state. However, her target that day was number 17's body. Perhaps she didn't fully engage in battle because you had already retrieved number 17. Uig furrows her brow. She seems to be merely stating facts without understanding the cause behind the situation. No, she was there too. She helped me eliminate the corrupted. That doesn't fit her logic either. She usually doesn't follow the teacher's orders, much less fight alongside them. She falls silent in thought for a moment, ultimately unable to reach a logical conclusion. The morning course consists of some simple tactical coordination exercises. After evaluating materials left by previous tactical teachers, you devised what seemed like a straightforward training protocol. But the actual implementation fell short of expectations. I'm sorry, teacher. I just made a mistake with my commands. After failing to exit the system again, Uig's face turns pale. It's not your fault. Even though mechanoids possess data processing capabilities far superior to humans, they cannot think beyond the shackles of their programming. Martha's requirements prevent you from actually commanding in battle. Otherwise, 1/3 of the seats in the classroom are now empty. They all perished, didn't they? Due to her severe injuries, Jetavie is not participating in today's class. When the end of class bell rings, you bid farewell to the other students and head to the repair room, hoping to check on her. Hello, teacher. Jetavie isn't here. At this hour, she's usually at the clock tower. You ascend the spiral staircase and find her at the top of the clock tower. The girl looks slightly startled. She hasn't fully recovered. She sits there trying to reattach her arm to her shoulder. Sorry? An apology escapes your lips before you can think. Somehow it feels impolite to see a mechanoid in the midst of repairs. Is this like walking in on somebody changing? Except instead of changing clothes, they're changing arm. I was his right-hand arm. Man. How rude of you, teacher. A teasing laugh drifts from behind you. Did you sneak up here without a word just to see me in this miserable state? I just wanted to make sure you were out of danger. Well, well. I never knew you were a teacher who cares so much about your students. Hey, turn around. With her permission, you turn around. A mysterious light flickers in the girl's eyes, making her thoughts impossible to read. Much of her body is still exposed, with mechanical structures, cables, and connection ports clearly visible inside. Even in this state, she looks much better than a few hours ago, when she was just shattered pieces in a burlap sack. How's your recovery coming along? So, I guess. At least I can move properly now. Why did you push yourself so hard in battle? If the neural interface in my leg hadn't broken, I could have brought back a few more. She focuses on connecting two tables as if discussing something trivial. Is she like those weapons, with no regard for her own life? If that were truly the case, she would risk her life to protect more valuable assets, not other weapons. You risked everything for the others, but White tells me you've always been a lone wolf. What's the point of getting close to them? When we set out, the old hack must have warned you about some things, right? You mean Martha? A word of advice. Don't get too emotionally attached to them. It's better for both you and them. For weapons, the stronger they are, the more recklessly they'll throw themselves into battle. Unnecessary emotions only limit their strength. And for you humans, treating weapons who fight at dawn and die by dusk as people will only end up hurting yourselves. But they have their own emotions too. Showing empathy toward those who can feel is almost an instinct of human nature. Well, for some of us anyway. Are you referring to Light? The one who showed you around campus after I left? As if reading your thoughts, she suddenly mentions this name. Yes. She was sacrificed in the battle just now. I knew it. I like the word story. Was White planning to become a novelist? I'll definitely write a story that'll have teachers singing its praises. How did she die? I don't know. We weren't in the same combat zone, but her serial number appeared on the casualty list. Her calm voice betrays a certain numbness. She liked to stare at the sky, went into diary mode whenever something interesting happened, and even wrote about things beyond reality. You've noticed so many details. I thought you weren't close to them. Of course not. I only spoke with her a handful of times. After all, they'll all be used up sooner or later. So there's no point in investing too much emotion. But that doesn't stop me from remembering them. Of all the mechanoids here, endlessly caught in this cycle of war and reincarnation, I alone have survived. If even I don't remember them, what happens when no one remembers these interesting things? After tightening the final connection port, she stands up and stretches with a long, lazy arch of her back. Snow-white daylight pours into the room, bathing the young girl's figure in a dreamlike silver-gray hue. With the same playful, enigmatic smile as when the two of you first met, she turns to look back at you. Commandant, After spending so much time here with me, you must have noticed by now, haven't you? Snow white daylight, snow white walls, snow white ceiling and doorways. Yet among all this, what stands out as incongruous is... in the center of the room hangs a mammoth black clock, far too large for comfort. It's running backward? Ah, so you've noticed? The clock in this tower is broken. Both the hour and minute hands rotate counterclockwise. Countdown. Someone once told me that. If you had a possessive, it would be countdown of life, wouldn't it? Life flows toward its end, yet the hands of the clock march ever onward to the next cycle, repeating a hopeless loop. Her silhouette becomes ethereal and hazy in the sunlight. Everything here, no matter how stable it may appear on the surface, is actually a fragile existence. Against the light, her expression is impossible to make out. What a shame. It seems I'm also among the fragile ones. Except... She leaps gracefully from on high, trailing a shower of sparks as she descends. Watch out! The last time... Do you remember the last time? When we... battled together? Her bright red pupils flashed with evident interest. I wonder why. When I fight alongside you, somehow I can stay sane. She narrows her eyes, gently pressing her oil-stained fingers against her neck. But why? I'm not sure either. Next time, how about you join me in battle? Next time, perhaps we could... Maybe next time, we'll run a bit faster, reach a bit farther. A hazy déjà vu shatters the space around them. Their minds struggle to anchor themselves in the present. But the company doesn't allow tactical teachers to command in the field. Trust me, teacher. Trust Jetavie. Just reach out your hand, and I promise I won't leave it hanging. Despite the playful smile on her face, her eyes are intensely serious. Urgent, rapid bell tolls interrupt your conversation. The sound is deafening since you're at the top of the clock tower. The alarm warning of corrupted ambush rings out once again. Is everything ready? It's all done. This frequency will lure them toward the breach in the city wall. Excellent. Once the central district falls, control will be transferred to us. Even if we don't fully succeed, they will still make excellent test subjects. So that must be the other faction within the company. Shackles. Alright, come with me! Level 3 structural deformation detected in the East District Wall, Section B2, with a new breach forming. Estimate number of corrupted. Report on remaining personnel in Section B and prepare to update tactical strategy. Estimated at 85, still increasing, approaching in waves. 5 personnel remaining in Section B, currently establishing a new defense network. Query: can Section A provide reinforcements? Reinforcements not possible. Section A breach is larger, and we're down to only 9 people ourselves. Mom! A baby? Pulse munitions deployed. Human child detected. Refugee shelter located 300 meters directly from the breach. Corrupted estimated to arrive within 10 minutes. Intel relayed. Requesting reinforcements from Gestreg. Intel received. Processing. Due to extensive damage to communication stations during the 5th test, signal coverage here only extends to the battle zone near the edge of wall number 141. In other words, the fact that we can once again detect the corrupted's movement patterns means the city is already in grave danger. Query: will reinforcements be dispatched? After organizing by rotation numbers and excluding those with moderate to severe damage, how many units remain? 23 units. Include those with moderate damage. 30 units. Include the company guards and the count as well. Prepare immediately. Even when facing such dire circumstances, her stern expression never changes. On a nearby screen, crimson circles continuously surround the blue defensive walls. At the breach in the blue perimeter, a crimson line forms, connecting a series of points. They're temporarily contained at the narrow breach, thanks to the blocking efforts of the few stationed student forces. But that line grows increasingly wider, surging like a flood toward the gap. With just these forces, there's no way we can hold them back, right? The breach forms a natural choke point where we can overcome a numerical disadvantage. If our elimination and containment rate falls below their influx rate, we'll be stuck battling in circles. By then it'll be too late. Once deployed, they'll need to assess the situation and make tactical decisions on their own. If they can coordinate their attacks, their battle power will increase significantly. Your words are identical to those of the previous commandants. You coordinated the operation under your command, but nearly 60% casualties were incurred to secure that victory, all for the sake of protecting high-value, non-essential assets. But this time, civilians will also fall victim if we fail to hold our position. They will protect the civilians. There's a non-automated armory in the mid-ring zone that can be used to establish a new stronghold. I've placed my trust in them many times already. If they fail to deliver results this time, I won't be able to save them. She coldly withdraws her gaze, focusing her attention on the screen, offering no further explanation. Officer Martha, preparations are complete. Let's go. As the assembly orders are issued, the silhouette of a young girl appears in the distance once more. Teacher! From her slightly parted lips, you can tell she's calling out to you. In that same moment, 5 or 6 pairs of eyes lock onto you, armed guards stationed in Gestreg, each equipped with standard-issue sidearms. What should you do? I call out to Jetavie. Jetavie! Ah! Hearing your call, Jetavie stretches with a long, lazy arch of her back. I hear your voice, teacher. Following your movement, the soldiers raise their guns once more. Stand down immediately. I won't say it a second. All the raised weapons are suddenly knocked to the ground. You dare to lay a finger on this person? Jetavie, obey our orders or else. Don't stand in my way, okay? A black shadow flashes before you, and by the time you regain your senses, all the armed soldiers have been completely incapacitated. I said it before. Just reach out your hand, and I promise I won't leave it hanging. She triumphantly takes your hand in hers. All right, come with me now, dear teacher. I successfully lured 15 corrupted to Section B, but my remaining frame components no longer support high mobility operations. She forcefully tears off her infected lower leg and slumps weakly against the wall. Hang in there. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. They'll prioritize Section A, where the remaining computational nodes are more valuable to the company. That's why I lured them away. By reinforcements, I mean just me. The sound of high-speed movement cutting through air comes through the communicator. Don't. It's too late. Teacher? How can you be here? Let's get out of here first. While helping number 19 to her feet, the teacher fires continuously. Crimson bullets follow, blooming into explosions among the mass of corrupted. Bang! All units, lure the corrupted toward Section A, then retreat to the rear. But the computational nodes there... They'll serve perfectly as bait and obstacles. In this battle, we need to preserve as many combat-ready forces as possible. This contradicts the strategy of protecting high-value assets, but humanoid combat units must prioritize human commands. She decisively joins in firing at the corrupted. After clearing Section B and luring the corrupted, they retreat behind Section A. This position sits on the inner side of the road leading to the urban area, an almost mandatory passage for any invasion. The large server racks, known as computational nodes, have transformed into crimson crystal clusters after being infected by the punishing virus, scattered around the perimeter of their battle line. They've been using a lot of art derived from Matrix, which isn't exactly that surprising. Maintain suppressive crossfire. Odd numbers, fan sweep to the left flank. Even numbers, cover during reloads. Force them toward the center as much as possible. Wave after wave of bullets methodically hammer into the horde of corrupted, dropping the slow, zombie-like entities as soon as they're hit. Jetavie's silhouette weaves through the center of the battlefield, harvesting corrupted as swiftly as an angel of death. Power output exceeded. Energy remaining 29%. This frame always has the same damn problem. The corrupted behind immediately fill the vacant positions, violently charging toward the defensive line. Will these things ever stop coming? Loading weapons. Loading. Jetavie pulls back to charge power, then unleashes red particle beams that blast through the horde of corrupted. Though this blast takes down numerous foes, it also sends the survivors into a frenzy of rage. Jetavie swiftly draws her greatsword, cleanly cleaving the corrupted charging toward her in half. Energy remaining 20%. Damn it. It's happening again. Insufficient energy detected. The young woman among the corrupted staggers momentarily. When she steadies herself again, she launches into the enemy ranks like a burning comet. This is bad. She's gone haywire again. As she pulls back from the horde, you glimpse wounds of various sizes covering her body, armor plating cracked and mechanical skeleton exposed. If this continues, she'll completely fall apart again. Jetavie? She continues fighting as if deaf to your calls, leaving a trail of after images in her wake. Calm down. Just like when we first fought side by side. You guide her mind, encouraging her to follow your movements. In her daze, Jetavie raises her gun and fires at the corrupted in her sights. Teacher. Her consciousness seems to clear somewhat. The corrupted in their line of fire drops instantly. Aim, pull the trigger, bullets fly. The two of you match each other's movements, gradually forcing the remaining corrupted toward the center of the road. The girl's consciousness slowly rises from a murky swamp. She grips her gun with both hands. Weapon charging, 30%. Weapon charging, 70%. Weapon charging, 100%. Bang! Everything around her seems to darken in an instant as the gun erupts with brilliant red flames, waves of scorching heat billowing outward. Accompanied by a thunderous roar reverberating in your ears, magnificent light tears through the thick gun smoke, piercing the dense battle line from above all the way to the end of the road. The horde of corrupted collapses like brittle twigs, leaving only a few bodies still standing from sheer inertia, before they too topple to the ground like broken reeds. Energy remaining, 2%. That should do it. Corrupted signal, 10 o'clock position. No! Don't come any closer! A feeble cry echoes from the distant ruins. A corrupted hiding in the corner raises its butcher knife toward a shivering little girl. Ultimate mode. Jetavie, no! Her consciousness oscillates violently, though she still maintains her connection to the beacon. But clearly the beacon can no longer fully restrict her actions. A streak of red electricity suddenly flashes around her, and before she realizes it, she's already rushing toward the little girl. It takes at least 10 seconds for you and Buick to reach the predetermined location. Brushing aside the rising dust, you see Jetavie with the sobbing little girl in her arms, the light gone from her eyes. She cleared all the corrupted in this area by herself. Teacher, give me a hand. Looks like we'll have to carry her back ourselves. The world is ending. Only one person wanders alone at the center of this dying world. Rocks crash down suddenly from the doomed ceiling as the ground beneath gives way in an instant. In the moment of falling, her vacant eyes fix upon an inverted clock. She has tried everything, yet nothing can be done. The march of destruction does not halt for one person's despair. She simply moves toward the end alongside the dying world. How many times has she returned to the starting point of the Matrix? The weeping girl reminds her so much of her former self. She has stirred this lightless dream, and now Jetavie must awaken from it. So she reaches out her hand, transcending countless cycles of despair, just as that person once extended their hand to her at the beginning. Jetavie. A voice calls her name. Whose is it? The collapsing world suddenly freezes in place. Chosen one? Jetavie! The cycle of destruction gradually resets itself. The Chosen One. So Jetavie desperately seizes your hand. Inside the transport vehicle on the return journey. The Chosen One! The girl lying down and suddenly bolts upright, tightly gripping your hand. A mechanoid strength is no joke. Even through the exoskeleton, intense pain shoots through your palm. Jetavie, my hand really hurts. Huh? She stares blankly for a moment, then, as if suddenly comprehending the situation, abruptly withdraws her hand. Oh, it's just you, teacher. She turns her face away in disappointment. Who is the chosen one? You were repeatedly calling out that name just now. Could you see my dream just now? She eyes you warily, instinctively reaching for the sidearm beside her. Your consciousness was highly unstable, so I attempted to connect with you. That's impossible. Even if connected, you shouldn't have the clearance to initiate a deep mind connection. You opened yourself up. What? While your consciousness was unstable, you opened your deep mind connection interface to me. I apologize for my rudeness, teacher. Regardless, I must thank you for your assistance. My consciousness has indeed stabilized. However, I'd ask you not to casually browse through my data blocks. Some of that information could put your consciousness at risk. She releases her grip on the gun and curtsies respectfully, lifting the edge of her skirt, a gesture that also conveniently puts more distance between the two of you. Just as you're about to continue discussing the matter, Hewig's voice interrupts the conversation between you and Jetavie. We've returned to Gestrig. What's happening? Weren't attraction frequencies already set up? Why are the corrupted only just breaching the city walls? The scouts spotted a human participating in the battle. Probably the new tactical teacher sent by the company. New tactical teacher? Didn't that woman already prohibit instructors from participating in combat? However, the tactical coordination of those weapons has been exceptional. There's no way they coordinated that well on their own. The fact that they've managed to contain the corrupted in the Outer Ring is likely thanks to that Commandant's leadership. Always meddling where they shouldn't. That battle wasn't even supposed to be the Commandant's responsibility. Our plan has been delayed. If this continues, they'll likely have time to prepare their defenses. How long until the factory can organize the next wave of attacks? At least 12 hours. Speed it up. The faster the better. But if we produce the corrupted at maximum capacity, the equipment will overheat. I'm afraid the attack after the next will be delayed much longer. That's fine. We can't give them too much time to recover between attacks. What about that tactical teacher? I'll find time to have a little chat with the teacher. We can't let that teacher interfere with the transfer of control. What if they refuse to relinquish command? It's best if they surrender willingly. If not, we won't wait any longer. The longer we delay, the more complications arise. So they're producing all the corrupted that are attacking this city just to take control of this experiment. Reborn. If we allow students to view right and wrong as variables on opposite sides of an equation, their actions will shift from pursuing what's right to merely balancing the moral ledger. Upon returning from City 141, you receive a notice to report to the principal's office. Martha sits behind a spacious desk, the overhead light splitting her face into light and shadow, obscuring her expression. Sit. She pulls out a chair, pushing a document marked with red text toward you. Without a doubt, it's the delayed punishment for your battlefield insubordination. Repeatedly defying established investigative protocols isn't a good choice. Whatever the punishment might be, it's best to accept it for now. You hand back the document, but Martha doesn't immediately take it, instead continuing to flip through other materials. No intention to explain yourself or offer a defense? I don't understand what you mean, ma'am. I thought you would use your battlefield performance as a bargaining chip. After all, your involvement ensured the students' safety during the battle, far exceeding what's expected of a teacher. Martha deliberately emphasizes the word teacher, her statement carrying a pointed implication. Don't give a direct answer. Are you suggesting my merits could offset my misconduct and exempt me from punishment? Of course not. Martha's tone suddenly turns serious. The notion that merits can offset misconduct is a social convention that has no place in schools. Students need to learn about right and wrong in absolute terms. If we allow students to view right and wrong as variables on opposite sides of an equation, their actions will shift from pursuing what's right to merely balancing the moral ledger. This is deeply misleading logic, especially for students. Martha raises her head, meeting your gaze. Despite her white hair and wrinkles, the dignified resolve in her eyes remains unmistakable. Good results cannot conceal improper conduct, just as poor outcomes cannot entirely invalidate noble intentions. What about you? What's your purpose behind all this? The challenge remains unvoiced, including her cryptic lecture. The abrupt knocking shatters the tense atmosphere in the room. Martha frowns toward the door and lets out a soft grunt, yet her demeanor noticeably softens. That's enough for today. Return to your class, Teacher Luke. Huh? What about the punishment? Martha buries herself in her books, not bothering to look up. According to the relevant regulations, teaching credentials should be revoked from instructors who disobey orders during special circumstances, with suspension pending investigation. Before that can happen, we need to complete other procedures in recognition of your protecting the students. Martha's tone remains serious, but with a subtle reduction in its severity. Go fulfill your duties as a teacher for now. Don't keep your students waiting for too long. As for the punishment, you'll receive it when the time comes. Thanks. Understanding Martha's implied attitude, you thank her and take your leave. Maybe she's not as bad as we thought? As you close the door to the principal's office, you notice a figure peering cautiously from around the corner. Oh, you're out already? Did that old hag give you a hard time? Be respectful to your teachers. But she is an old hag. When Ewig reported to her, her first reaction wasn't happiness, and she snapped that she would hold you responsible. Because she was worried about all of you. Who? The old hag? No way, that's impossible. No sooner are the words spoken than a deep, deliberate cough emanates through the door. You can still lose points in this week's evaluation. Sorry to disturb you, Commander Martha. Jetavie rolls her eyes in annoyance, making faces at the closed door while tugging at your sleeve. Let's go. You expect she has something to give you. Following Jetavie to the dormitory, you find Ewig deep in thought, holding a physical book in her hands. I brought Luke back for you. Ewig snaps out of it, though her expression barely changes. As your eyes meet, her pupils subtly adjust, and she extends the book in her hands toward you. This is White's diary. She asked me to give it to you before she left. It took me a long time to find it. I noticed the symbols in Ewig's pupils are the opposites of the ones in Jetavie's, because Jetavie has an X and a minus sign, and Ewig has a plus sign and a division sign. I searched through all possible storage areas under White's access permissions, but I found nothing. It wasn't until staff members cleaned out her dormitory and provided an inventory that I discovered she would hide her diary in a specific location before every emergency mission. That's what people do with diaries. They hide them. There's nothing strange about that. Is that so? Perhaps. It's not important. Actually, I have other matters to discuss. Not important? Jetavie abruptly interrupts Yuig's statement. A hint of confusion crosses Yuig's otherwise detached expression. In terms of priority, this indeed falls under... This is White's diary! The only thing she left behind! That's why I've been trying to find it to fulfill her wishes. It's just that it was hidden differently than I expected, which caused a slight delay. If this is what you're upset about, it is indeed my mistake. That's not what I'm talking about! I'm angry because you think White's diary isn't important! Yuig responds with bewilderment, her answer coming across as completely matter-of-fact. We have system logs, which are more convenient and efficient, and less likely to be lost. You! Alright, Jetavie. Calm down. Yuig, what were those other matters you mentioned? With visible indignation, Jetavie sets Yuig down. Yuig furrows her brow, not angry, simply confused and unable to comprehend the purpose behind Jetavie's actions. I would like to borrow your permission to visit City 141 during a time when there is no emergency. As the frequency of corrupt invasions increases, our sample size expands. The data analysis of modules of several students, including myself, have reached similar conclusions. There are anomalies in the attacks on City 141. The corrupted invasions appear to have some purpose. However, we have too few data points, and insufficient information to draw any more useful leads. Before Yuig can respond, Jetavie jumps in. Is that how you ask someone for a favor? Or do you think handing over White's diary to Luke counts as enough of a favor already? Why would you think that? That was between them. You're right, though. One should give before taking. That's just common sense. Yuig nods thoughtfully. What do I need to give you in return for borrowing your access? I don't need anything. I'll help you. Why? Because I'm your teacher. Also, you should apologize to White. Is that a condition? No, it's just a suggestion. It has nothing to do with granting you access. White, I'm sorry. Before finishing her sentence, Yuig turns around and bows deeply toward White's dormitory, causing you to freeze in place, with the diary still in your hand. Is this how it's supposed to work? She sighs once more and lightly taps Yuig on the forehead. Yuig covers her forehead, appearing confused, yet remains standing perfectly still, as if waiting for an answer. Yuig, you're absolutely hopeless. She probably just needs a little more time to understand. That's good enough. When do we depart? Ready whenever. As she speaks, Yuig glances at Jetavie beside her and adds a follow-up. Thank you, teacher. Amid synthetic voice system announcements, you lead Jetavie and Yuig out of the train car and onto the platform. You glance back at Yuig following behind you. She's merely looking around, observing her surroundings with no apparent intention of taking the lead. Buick? What's wrong? Where do we go next? I don't know. Didn't you say you had suspicions? Yes. I think the corrupted invasion has a specific purpose, which is why we came to look around the city. But I don't know how to search for relevant clues. There are too many possibilities, which is essentially the same as having nothing. Do you have any ideas? Jetavie is at a loss for words. As she tries to formulate a response, her intense demeanor unintentionally frightens a small child nearby. Oh! Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. The woman lifts the infant into her arms, gently rocking back and forth while tenderly patting its back with her palm. Sorry about that. It's quite alright. I recognize you. When the corrupted attacked, my husband and I were with her near the shopping mall at the city center. I'm surprised there was a shopping mall here. You must be from outside, sir. When Leibowitz's company took over this area, they built a shopping mall in City 141. It served as a place for people to exchange supplies and run small businesses. Back then, we were near the mall buying supplies. When the building started collapsing, I was terrified. That's when you all appeared. The woman smiles, gently lifting the baby's hand toward Jetavie while softly cooing to the infant. There. Don't cry. Big sister over here is the hero that saved you. Don't you remember? The baby's emotions shift as quickly as they came. Under the mother's comforting words, the crying gradually subsides. The baby's eyes widen with a sudden curiosity as it gazes at Jetavie, stretching its tiny hand out even further. Baby! After Jetavie sees this, her face tenses with uncertainty, and her usual spirited demeanor is gone as she cautiously extends a finger to touch the baby. No! That's my baby impression, I guess. She seems to really like you. Would you like to hold her? Me? Jetavie turns around, casting a pleading look for help. Need help? If you don't want to, I can do it. Of course I want to! Jetavie immediately objects, then carefully takes the baby in her arms. Yeah. Hey, don't wiggle. Don't wiggle. Everyone expects Jetavie to quickly return the baby to the mother, but she carefully cradles him until he drifts into sleep. Here. He's fallen asleep. Thank you. I hope fate brings us together again. The mother thanks her and leaves. Jetavie responds mechanically and remains clearly lost in thought. The baby noises are funny. I'm trying. Are you having a hard time letting go? Want me to call her back so you can hold the baby a little longer? Just stop! It's irritating hearing you talk. I was thinking about something else. Jetavie presses her lips together in thought, an unusual gesture for her. Tell me, what do you think our childhood was like? Did anyone ever hold us like that? According to the timeline, an individual at that stage would still be in the cognitive cultivation phase with no physical form. What a waste of time. Let's focus on the task at hand instead. Do you have any thoughts, Luke? Watching the woman's retreating figure, certain words she spoke trigger something important in your mind. Let's check out the shopping mall first. Yes. Huh? Wait a second! Don't just go along with that! Why go to the mall? Don't tell me it's because of something that baby's mom just said. That's way too random. It's not exactly a random choice. You take White's diary from your pocket, open the cover, and run your finger across the title page. Martha allowed us to unwind in City 141. This was the first time we'd ever received such an order. I don't quite understand her intentions, nor do I grasp the purpose of unwinding. But I know my core is spinning rapidly. I suppose some people would categorize this emotion as happiness. I am happy, and I want to write down this feeling. But Uick doesn't seem to feel the same way. She also participates in the outing, but it looks more like she's just executing orders. I feel like something's not right about this, like we're making a mistake somewhere. But why do I feel this way? Obedience is supposed to be a basic principle that must be followed. I can't explain it clearly. No logical formula can give me the answer. But I found a piece of information. When life has things you can't figure out or that make you unhappy, go shopping. I've decided. I'm going to take Uig to the shopping mall. Going shopping. Shopping mall. Do you remember this place, Uig? Uig tilts her head in confusion, her mechanical pupils rhythmically dilating and contracting. No. No keywords related to this place were found in my database. Let's go take a look anyway. We don't have clear leads anyway, so this should be fine, right? Ooh, gameplay. Okay, I'm gonna be right back again. I'm still a little chilly, so I'm gonna go get a sweatshirt. And yeah, retail therapy. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get a sweatshirt. Oh yeah, that's better. Hi again. Okay. Oh! Before we continue, you want to see my full PNG? Yeah, no problem. Let me just... I gotta make it smaller. There you go. It me. I don't have a full body one yet. It's just thigh up. But this is what I got. It me. No problem. Yeah, it me. Okay. The journal's end. It's me, just sitting here with you like this. This quiet moment is magical enough by itself. In the 2 achievements. Spend a brief, relaxing moment with Jetavie and reach a high affection level. Huh. Okay. Maybe this isn't gonna be like combat gameplay. Super delicious bubble tea! I especially love those little toppings called caramel pearls. Caramel? Caramel? I never know. There's also a little demon style one. I wonder if there's a hero style too. Following the directions in the diary, you arrive near a commercial street. The facilities here are already dilapidated and aged, but some shops are still open for business. Jetavie seems to like this place quite a bit. She dashes off to explore elsewhere in the blink of an eye. The transmitter is likely hidden somewhere around here. You should thoroughly investigate the area first. PGR's going well. Thanks for asking, Ashfrost. A shopping mall? Seems like there's still many stores in business here.
White mentioned a bubble tea shop in her diary. Should be in that alley over there. Let's check it out together when you're free. I'll wait there.
Alright, see you later. Am I supposed to look around first, or...? Because it's telling me to just go over there. Oh. Is this some kind of performance art? They've been standing there for hours. Why bother going to those ruins? Didn't the company strictly prohibit it? I swear I won't do it again.
Took you long enough. Before I took my first sip, I made a little bet with myself. How many pearls will I slurp up before you get here?
How many?
I don't remember. This bubble tea isn't sweet enough to trigger my taste sensors. Oh, but you know what? Your face was totally saying, how does such a romantic place exist in this rundown neighborhood? You walked straight toward me, while your eyes kept scanning all the surroundings. You were moving slowly, your upper body tense like you were ready to spring into action at any second. My visual module has caught all of it.
You're turning in early because you've got a haircut in the morning? Okay, Ashfrost. I hope your haircut goes well. Why are you recording this?
Why? Because it's fun to watch. But you really plan to stay this alert the whole time at a bubble tea place?
Something feels off about this area. There may be hidden threats. And there were those people who were just standing on the crosswalk. So weird. Well, if I want to get high affection, it would probably be better to say I need to ensure your safety, I assume? I need to ensure your safety.
Oh, you want to keep me safe? Your combat capabilities are pretty impressive as a human, I'll give you that. But still, can't match a mechanoid, can you?
I'm not sure which of these would be right. My combat capabilities are relevant.
Always acting so tough. Why not let me protect you for once, Look, if I can't get you to relax and enjoy bubble tea with me, then meeting here is pointless. So, I've already checked every inch of this place and turned over every stone before you got here. I've swept the whole place. Inside, outside, floor to roof. Nothing weird, no interruptions. Not even a fly can get through. But are you really okay with this? Dropping your guard so easily? If something does happen here, no one's coming to save you, you know.
I thought you just wanted me to drop my guard. I thought you said you swept the area.
Of course. Nothing else can threaten you now. Except me. In this lonely little corner of the world, I'm the only one who gets to hurt you. And yet here you are, waltzing right into the Devil's Den like a clueless hero who trusted the wrong person. Tell me, aren't you afraid I'll eat you whole?
Go on then, Miss Devil.
Oh?
Eh? Eh? Ah.
But I'm dying to know, what could possibly make you this bold?
I trust you, Jetavie. She had countless opportunities to harm you, but not only did she refrain from doing so, she chose to protect you instead.
Looks like someone's fallen under my spell. Oh, by the way, do you know why I picked this place?
Are you searching for the transmitter?
This store's dreamy vibe totally makes it the perfect spot to set up a signal source. After all, who'd suspect such a charming little spot? But like I said, I've turned this place inside out and still found nothing. Not a trace of the signal source here.
Then why did you choose this location?
A nice bright spot like this makes it much easier to capture all your expressions. Thanks to you, my visual module has collected some really lovely footage. The lighting here is so romantic. I could even make a serious dummy like you look absolutely dazzling. You think this place is magic or something?
Mean to me. Even without magic, doing this once in a while isn't too bad.
You don't think so? To me, just sitting here with you like this quiet moment, is magical enough by itself. Right now, staring at this bubble tea, the sounds of battle with the corrupted just fade away. This is the magic that a simple day like this truly holds for me. I'd love to stay longer, but that signal source won't find itself. Wait a minute. If I'm right, you didn't tell the old hag that you took us away from Gestrig, did you? Are you sure it's okay to be lounging around chatting with me? In the very place she forbade you to go?
We are already accomplices. Yeah, they do have a go out for tea minigame in this. I did not expect this. And I got maximum points on my first try. I must be really good at getting tea. Though I feel like this bubble tea could be a bit sweeter. Jetavie mumbles while chewing on the tapioca pearls. The sugar Jetavie just added is already 7 times the standard daily sugar intake for a human. It's equivalent to consuming a week's worth of sugar in 1 day. It doesn't matter. I'm not human anyway. You added just as much sugar to the teacher's bubble tea, didn't you? Teacher's going to get cavities. You discreetly glance at the bubble tea that was just handed to you. A cloyingly sweet aroma wafts through the air. Not entirely unpleasant, but so intense that you can't help but question the sugar content inside. The little lid looks very cute though. Upon hearing Uig's words, Jetavie looks at you with anticipation. It's not healthy, but I kind of want to try it. The sweetness is enough to trigger an existential crisis. The liquid entering your mouth flows like molten lava. The sugar inside is so saturated, it's nearly crystallizing. The human taste module is quite fragile, isn't it? Seems that even though her sugar obsession wasn't understood, she still gained something from it, judging by her smile. Under the ruins of Building D, there are tiny organisms called ants. They occupy such small pixel points in the visual module. It's truly fascinating. The mall in Zone E has so many colorful clothes. Oh, there's even one that's golden all over and gleams from every angle. It's decided then. After passing the test, White will swap that uniform for this one. It'll look so awesome. The old residential area. Only a few photographs remain here. Come to think of it, I haven't taken a group photo with everyone in Gestrig yet. I should find some film rolls somewhere next time. The super invincible Golden Age media store. The items inside far exceed what a typical media store should have. Game cartridges, DVDs, records, cassette tapes, VR equipment. What a shame my frame doesn't have built-in players yet. Stepping into the media store, Uig is captivated by the fluorescent decorations scattered throughout. The vibrant colors reflect in her kaleidoscopic pupils. Magical Girl and 14 Flying Broomstick Racers, EX Edition. Jelly Slime versus the Sticky Demon King 2. If White were here, these things would definitely help with her stories. How can you tell? Because they don't conform to our language logic. Most of these are things I can't understand, but they happen to be exactly what she loves most. Your language logic? Actually, it's not just me. She herself can't understand them either. She likes things she can't even understand herself. But don't you find it interesting, Uig? That's what White would say to me. So when she named her thing Dongo's a Big Adventure, she was just throwing shit at the wall, huh? As they leave the media store, the clerk hands 2 cassette tapes to Ewig. The clerk seems overjoyed to find a kindred spirit who appreciates art in this apocalyptic world where few do, and insists on giving her the tapes as a gift. Let's go, teacher. We should head to the next location mentioned in the diary. However, upon turning the page again, all that's revealed are empty lines. This is the last page. You hand the diary to Ewig, and she flips through the remaining pages, finding nothing but clean, blank sheets of paper. Is that all? She stands stunned, asking the question with a bewildered expression. There's nothing else. Confirming once more, she closes the diary and opens it again, rapidly flipping through the pages, starting from the very first one. The messy handwriting and drawings flash past her visual modules at high speed, projecting like a silent film. Why? Didn't she write more? She promised us she would create an interesting story, and on graduation day, she would read it aloud in front of all the teachers and students. Today we visited many places, an amusement park, a bubble tea shop, and a media store. We even found 2 cassette tapes that we couldn't make sense of. White would have liked it. After all, we collected so much useful material today. So it should have been written in this diary. Uncharacteristically, she speaks several sentences in succession. It should be like this. It should have been like this. She can't write anymore. Is it true? She lowers her head in a daze, staring blankly at the diary in her hand. But there are still so many blank pages in this diary. It's clearly unfinished. An inexplicable emotional signal suddenly floods her processing center. She stands rooted to the spot, unable to take another step forward. The memory of White ends here. That hurt. Ugh. That hurt a bit. Ow. Okay, Matrix. We both want to find ways to keep those children alive, even if it doesn't align with the company's philosophy. I've mentioned this before on stream, but like, there's just something about, like, robots learning about human emotions that always gets me. And like one that especially gets me, which they did a while ago in PGR's, like, the early days of PGR story, is the chapter where Tai A, that one Kowloon robot, is guiding Pulau to safety during the punishing virus outbreak. And like, it's like, and then he dies. He takes care of little baby, brings her to safety, but he dies. It got me. Anyway. The vast city has no shortage of unexplored corners, and the diary only mentions a few of the more notable locations. She divides the students into small groups, instructing them to investigate different areas separately. Meanwhile, she continues to explore in the direction of the audiovisual store. Hey, listen. Keep your head down when you walk. Haven't you noticed that group of mechanoids? Just as she's about to turn the corner, she hears hushed voices coming from around the bend. Her instincts immediately pick up the scent of valuable information, and she conceals herself against the wall to observe their movements. You mean those girls in school uniforms? What do you mean, girls? Have you forgotten the day they attacked the city center? Your neighbor's brother-in-law died in that incident. Have you already forgotten? They attacked the city center? But I've heard there are now weapons defending the city. The last time the corrupted invaded, it was because of them that we were able to... Man, what weapons? They're just a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. They even know what it means to be alive? Sure, they're defending the city now, but they're mechanoids. Who can guarantee they won't suddenly go berserk one day? You have a point. Better to be careful. The two residents seem to turn a corner somewhere, their conversation gradually fading into indistinct murmurs. As you follow the voices alone, you suddenly feel someone's gaze on you from ahead and to your left. What remarkable perceptiveness. Oh, it's you, Mr. Man from the people trying to do bad things, who I don't know about yet. A man in an immaculate suit puts down his coffee and applauds appreciatively. Employee number 035034, the newly appointed Commandant of Gestrig. I haven't got the wrong person, have I? And you are... Even if all he has is the information on your ID card, the risk of your identity being exposed remains high. You instinctively become more guarded. No need to be so tense. I just happen to know a few things about you. I work for the company too. I'm employee number 000679, but you can call me Horst. Is that short for horse shit? Horst calmly shows his empty hands, which are clean of horse shit, indicating he harbors no ill intent. Mr. Horseshit. No need for formalities. Horst gestures for you to sit down and talk. I admire how you guided your students to successfully secure City 141. You're a smart person, so I'll get straight to the point. I want you to stop interfering in your students' battles. I know you're confused, but please, hear me out first. If I'm not mistaken, Gestrig Academy has strictly forbidden commandants from personally entering the battlefield. This order was announced by Martha, Gestrig's chief combat officer, during the last company meeting. Yet you disobeyed those orders and entered combat directly. Although all participating students survived, many calculation nodes were damaged, resulting in a poor combat performance score for your team. Are you here to hold me accountable? Of course not. A glint of approval appears in his eyes. It seems we're cut from the same cloth. Yes, I'm like you. We both want to find ways to keep those children alive, even if it doesn't align with the company's philosophy. Even though they're mechanoids, you must have felt it too, right? They aren't actually devoid of emotions. Yet Gestrig treats them as mere weapons, constantly sacrificing them in brutal combat. I wish I could do something about it. Or rather, I wish we could do something about it. Do you have a way to prevent them from being sacrificed? Of course. Gestrig has set mandatory directives that force them to act accordingly. This is the tool the company uses to control them. There's only one way to remove these directives. If the corrupted enter the city center, Gestrig's mandatory protocols imposed on them will be lifted, and they'll regain their freedom. With freedom, they'll no longer be sacrificed at someone's whim. All I need from you is to not interfere with their battle. You just need to guide them, not to resist the corrupted, and instead focus on protecting the residents' lives. That shouldn't be too difficult for them. I don't see why I should trust you. Also, that story sounds shady as hell. Of course, you can choose not to trust me. But frankly, whether they live or die has nothing to do with me, nor will it affect my future. Contact me when you've made your decision. That contradicts what you just said, though. He hands over a business card, which confirms that his rank is indeed 2 levels above your own. Although you managed to save those students, your combat record has been less than satisfactory. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll submit a special explanatory report to headquarters on your behalf, and give you a higher evaluation. After all, you protected what truly needed protection. Give it some serious thought. My private communication channel is on that card. I hope to receive an answer from you soon. He puts a slight emphasis on the word soon. Well, obviously I'm not taking that road. If anything, I'd only call him so that I could try to milk him for information. This is the place, right? What's wrong? Doubting Jetavie's tracking abilities? The girl asks rhetorically, the small tail behind her wagging happily back and forth. After parting ways with the man called Horst, you head in the opposite direction. A deliberate deception, of course. Horst's proposal would indeed be tempting, if you were just a company employee. For a commandant on an undercover investigation, those grand promises he painted hold virtually no appeal. Call him and ask if his refrigerator's running? I will. I'll do it. Hey, Mr. Horseshit. Is your refrigerator running? And if he says no, well, then he should turn it on. It's gonna spoil everything in there. Besides, promises this grand inevitably raise questions. What exactly is he after? There's only one way to remove these directives. If the corrupted enter the city center, Gestrig's mandatory protocols imposed on them will be lifted, and they'll regain their freedom. If his goal is to lead the corrupted to the city center, could the recent surge in corrupted invasions be connected to him as well? At the very start of your meeting, you had already sent a signal to Jetavie, instructing her to secretly track this suspicious character. Following the little demon icon on your terminal, you made your way to a pile of ruins. The barriers here are all melted by extreme heat. Despite being just ruins, the perimeter is covered by an orange semi-transparent barrier. Jetavie curiously tosses scrap into it, which instantly melts to molten iron. Is it really necessary to not lock down some rundown ruins this tightly? Then again, a ruin receiving this level of protection is suspicious in itself. Upon closer inspection, the barrier structure resembles a networked formation rather than a regular sphere. In other words, there are likely network nodes nearby maintaining it. Is that what we need to find? Jetavie points with her tail at a tall, circular railing. It sits exactly where two sections of the barrier meet at an angle. This must be the network that node you suspected. But how do we crack it? Hey, give me a hand, teacher! Jetavie's tail wags incessantly behind her. Connect with her. By the way, why do you need to connect with me at a time like this? My tail can interface with these nodes to try and crack them. But once my consciousness infiltrates, I'll need a pathway back out. In other words, I need a beacon, understand? Thanks to Jetavie's special abilities, the two of you cautiously make your way deeper into the ruins. Whoever's in charge must be quite confident in their external barrier's capabilities, as there are no guards to be seen here. As far as the eye can see, towering server racks stretch on, row after row, seemingly without end. Most of the LED lights inside the racks have gone dark. It seems the computing nodes here haven't been operational for a very long time. This place, it feels so familiar. Have you been here before? Rather than saying I've been here... Jetavie mutters to herself, lost in thought. It would be more accurate to say this place is most likely where I was born. Teacher, you must have seen those towering server racks just now, right? This place used to be a matrix center. By the way, if you find any similar matrix facilities, try to bring me some data from them. So it does exist. The matrix center that Asimov theorized about. But everything here has mostly fallen into ruin. What exactly happened here? Jetavie pulls herself closer to examine the printed text next to the server rack. Number 7, matrix B2R0315. Matrix. Jetavie takes a deep breath, her entire body trembling slightly. This really is the place. Born. Do you mean you were manufactured here as a mechanoid? My. Are you that curious about Jetavie's background? I am curious. I guess I have no choice. I, Jetavie, was originally a mechanical consciousness model, generated from a human consciousness sample. Generated from a human consciousness sample? Do you know who that human was? I should have known. Should have? If a model is generated from a person, they would typically include some of their memories as input parameters, right? After all, it helps the model quickly develop an understanding of the external world. Otherwise, the model might have to go through a lengthy iteration process, just like the ordinary models from the Golden Age. But from my earliest memories, I only knew my name was Jetavie. As for why I was in the Matrix from birth, or what human consciousness sample created me, I have absolutely no recollection. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Troubled, Jetavie ponders for a moment before giving up once again. Since this is where you were born, why haven't you tried coming back before? Because my memories were very vague back then. I only knew I was born inside a Matrix Center, but didn't know exactly where it was. On top of that, the frequent fighting meant opportunities to venture out were very scarce. You were born here, but your memories of this place are vague? Because my frame was almost out of power right after I first opened my eyes. I only remember that when I first crawled out of the ruins, they were corrupted all around me. Just as my strength was about to give out, an old lady and some children in school uniforms appeared just in time and fished me out of a pile of corrupted. You don't look that old yourself. Why do you call them children? Jetavie tilts her head thoughtfully. That's just what I call my juniors. I'm already an awakened individual, but they haven't awakened yet. They're still naive and confused. Doesn't that make them just like children? Anyway, after that, they brought me back to Gestrig. You don't seem to be like the other individuals who need to completely follow the Academy's orders. Last time, you just took me away right in front of Martha. If you don't need to follow orders, then there's no real reason you have to stay at the Academy, right? I do have a reason. I should have mentioned it to you before. The reason I stay there and help them pass the final test is to find someone. Is it the chosen one? So you still remember. Who is he really? The chosen one is someone very important to me. Someone who accompanied me through the countless training sessions in the Matrix, and ultimately sacrificed their computing power to help me enter reality. In short, I absolutely must find the chosen one. Sacrifice their computing power? Does that mean they died? I used to think so too. But later, the old woman occasionally mentioned that the chosen one was actually nothing more than an empty shell. Empty shell? She said that the chosen one was originally born in the same laboratory as me, but because of something overfitting, that caused them to be completely without consciousness at birth. Despite being born in the same laboratory, the chosen one always had pink hair and almost nothing in common with me. She falls into thought for a moment, but ultimately finds no answer. However, since the old woman said it was an empty shell, it's as if she's saying the real chosen one is somewhere else. That's why I absolutely must find the chosen one. How can you be so sure? This is just one possibility, but I want to see that person again, no matter what. No matter the cost. Only by obtaining the chosen one's remaining data is there any hope of learning their exact circumstances. The chosen one's data is in the company's possession, and the only way for me to obtain it is by helping those children pass their tests. That's why I've stayed at the Academy. A man in a formal business suit retrieves several needle-like nodes from the central ruins, then drives around to install them in various corners of the city. Isn't one central signal source enough? By placing more of them, those corrupted will know exactly where to attack. How was your discussion with that tactical teacher? Did they agree to relinquish command? It would be best if they gave up. If we don't see them personally directing this operation, we'll recruit them to our side. They're quite the talent. If they insist on showing up, then so be it. One person alone won't make much of a difference anyway. Now that those corrupted have gathered, let them attack along the planned route. Also, release Gwynplaine as well. You want that thing deployed too? That creature doesn't follow our commands. There's no need to hesitate. Once we seize control of those mechanoids, we won't care how much damage is done to this city. Truth of Annihilation. I, Jetavie, was originally a mechanical consciousness model generated from a human consciousness sample. As you continue along the Matrix pathway, the schematics you just passed show there's a central core facility that hasn't been explored yet. This facility is the hub that consolidates all computing power. Even though it's no longer operational, it is still connected to numerous computational nodes. The Matrix covers an extraordinarily vast area, just as we saw during our last operation, with computational nodes spread throughout every corner of the city. If that sneaky character really is after something here, they'll most likely come to this location. After searching extensively, you find almost all paths to the central hub blocked by heavy metal doors. The doors are covered in scratches and dents, as if they'd previously withstood serious attacks. Exploring in all directions and following the accessible pathways, you finally arrive at a laboratory deep within the facility. Starkly contrasting with the cold, sterile atmosphere of the entire Matrix Center, this aging laboratory is adorned with colorful streamers and garlands, as if decorated for some festive celebration. Jetavie appears surprised by the scene before her, slowing her pace upon entering the room. She wanders around the room, occasionally reaching out to touch the faded streamers hanging throughout the space. Is there something unusual here?
No, it's just...
She answers in a distracted murmur.
This is...
Beside the lab bench, Jetavie picks up a small Rubik's Cube-like mechanical box from the floor and stares at it, completely transfixed. Is this a Rubik's Cube?
Not just a Rubik's Cube. Seems to be some kind of...
She gives the white cube a gentle twist. V. Or 6? Is that a Roman numeral 6 or is it V? Happy birthday. A girl's cool, clear voice emanates from the cube. This voice, if she is certain she has never heard it before, it somehow feels strangely familiar. The girl's pupils constrict as if she's just heard something utterly unexpected. V? Carefully, as if handling a precious treasure, she twists the cube again. V. Happy birthday. V. Happy birthday.
Huey. Huey.
Her voice grows hoarse as she clutches the white cube tightly, twisting it again and again, over and over. Are you alright?
It's Huey.
Huey? Who is Huey?
I don't remember, but this is Huey's voice. I shouldn't have forgotten. Huey, where are you?
Jetavie shakes her head uncontrollably as tears well up in her eyes. Why would hearing an unfamiliar voice stir such powerful emotions in her? Streamers and flower wreaths cover the laboratory, and the words "Happy Birthday" are displayed. V. Does that refer to Jetavie? Looking around for more clues, she catches sight of an overturned photo frame on a nearby table. This is... Her keen eyes catch a familiar figure. Martha. The background of the group photo is none other than Gestreg, with Martha standing in the center, surrounded by many young people in lab coats. She brushes aside the broken frame and removes the photo for closer inspection. Besides Martha, she shouldn't recognize any of these people, yet they give her a strange sense of déjà vu. They're the mechanoids currently studying at Gestreg. Those mechanoids bear some physical resemblance to the researchers in the photo.
I, Jetavie, was originally a mechanical consciousness model generated from a human consciousness sample.
Matrix, mechanical consciousness model generated from a human consciousness sample. Mechanoid, Martha, students. The fragmented pieces of information seem to form a hazy outline of the truth. Trying to continue piecing together the truth, her gaze is drawn to another figure in the photo. Distinctive long hair, interwoven with black and white strands, the same crimson eyes. But judging by the expression, it's almost like two completely different people. Jetavie. Would a model generated from a human consciousness sample closely resemble the original person? I don't know. Still clutching the white cube tightly, Jetavie sniffles. But someone told me that I was generated with a high divergence factor, giving me a personality completely different from the original consciousness sample. I ask that all of a sudden. Did you find something? Jetavie curiously leans in closer to the photograph. Is this Yui? Yui? Is her name Yui? I don't know, but when I saw her, this name immediately surfaced in my core processor. Jetavie shakes her head again, staring somewhat bewildered at the girl in the photograph. She had heard this voice, but forgotten the emotions it carried. She had seen these features, but forgotten the warmth they held. She remembered the name, yet had completely forgotten. Yui de Levis. Levis? Forgotten the person formed by these elements combined. Composing yourselves, you gather the scattered clues around the area and continue forward, following the traces on the ground. Found it. Following the damaged ventilation duct, you unexpectedly reach the deepest part of the matrix. Whoa! Before you stands a mechanical behemoth strikingly similar to Gestalt, most likely developed from the same source of technology. However, like the other halted computational nodes, this mechanical beast has also ceased functioning, now nothing more than a lifeless husk. You and Jetavie split up to search. You find a chip in an inconspicuous corner and insert it into your portable terminal, but a data lock prevents you from reading it. You have no choice but to pocket it for now. Jetavie discovers a needle-shaped block code at the interface, the very node emitting strange frequencies through the central hub. The signal. It's attracting the corrupted. Removing the node isn't difficult, yet Jetavie's expression remains extremely grave. Removing one signal source doesn't mean the crisis is over. This thing exists because someone deliberately planted it here. The most suspicious person is, without a doubt, the man who just arranged to meet with you. Yet despite searching the entire matrix with Jetavie, you find no trace of his skulking presence. As long as whoever's planning these nodes doesn't stop, the corrupted could attack again at any moment. Judging by the intensity of previous battles, the eastern wall has already been breached. The entire city could be in danger at any moment. Reinforcement request. Location: City number 141. Danger level: medium. Situation summary: corrupted attracting signal source detected. Deploy support forces in advance. After briefly outlining the potential crisis, you send the message to Celica and left. Leaving the ruins behind, you skirt around the external barrier Jetavie hacked earlier, and return together to the city center. I just saw it, you know. Teacher was secretly sending some secret messages to someone. Just contacting a friend. No need to explain. I couldn't care less about what teacher actually came here to do. As for me, once I find the chosen one, I'll leave this place. As if sensing something, her tail stops its lively swishing. An explosion. Jetavie suddenly spins around and forcefully shoves you. Ooh. Flames shoot skyward as searing hot air roars like a wild beast, sweeping through the surroundings. Jetavie tightly shields herself, but even so, the blast hurls the two of you several meters away. Fighting through the ringing in your ears, the two of you barely manage to sit up when several corrupted emerge from the dust cloud and lunge forward. The explosion's shockwave causes several bullets to veer off course, and the corrupted's blades are once again within striking range. Beat it! Jetavie spins around and delivers a powerful slash. But before she can reposition herself, the remaining corrupted lunge at her with savage ferocity. Jetavie forcefully throws off the corrupted, vital fluid steadily seeping from her wounds. How do you like it? Quite the showstopper, isn't it? A raspy, high-pitched cackle echoes through the thick gun smoke, coming from what appears to be a perfectly round gray sphere. Well, I was just wondering what type of voice I should do, and here they gave me some direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Jetavie raises her gun and fires. Can't hit me! The gray sphere bounces up and down twice before vanishing into the thick smoke. What on earth was that thing? Brow furrowed, Jetavie looks in the direction from which the corrupted emerged. 5, no, 10, 20. What's going on? This is just the central district. How did they suddenly infiltrate this deep? We definitely destroyed the signal source already. And there must be more than one. Tactical Teacher 035034 calling Gestric headquarters. Martha's communication suddenly connects. I can hear you. A massive number of corrupted signals have appeared on the city outskirts. The eastern breach has been completely overrun, and the walls to the southeast and northeast have also been breached. The city center is no longer safe. Please evacuate to Gestric immediately. What about the other students? Ewig and the even-numbered units are guiding residents to evacuate to Gestric, while the odd-numbered ones are providing cover. The central district of the city is going to fall. According to Martha, if the central area is invaded, the students would likely be disposed of as waste. Save the civilians first. Given the current situation, even if they were to take advantage of the terrain and make a last stand in the ring area, they would only face total annihilation against such an enormous number of corrupted. Gestric is located in the western suburbs of the city. The narrow roads there will give us a chance to create a buffer zone. But that's not something you need to worry about. Evacuate immediately, return to Gestric, and a special vehicle will pick you up. Jetavie, D33 Street is where the corrupted from the southeast and northeast converge. Slow down the advance of the main corrupted force as much as possible. You want me to evacuate? This is an order. Instructors don't have the authority for field command. In exchange, your safety will be guaranteed. I want to fight side by side with Jetavie. You don't have to die here. This city is already finished, and their test is doomed to fail. You, on the other hand, have only been here a short time. Even if you leave, you won't have to be responsible for what happens here. I'm staying. If you're so determined to become part of these ruins, I won't stand in your way. Since the test is already impossible to pass, isn't it about time you told me about the student's background? You ask hurriedly while dodging and firing at the corrupted, trying to get an answer before she hangs up. Silence fills the other end of the communication line. Martha seems to be hesitating whether to speak or not. After a moment, she softly lets out a sigh. They are victims of the 7th Matrix Project. The 7th Matrix Project. Interesting. Alright. Migration. Strangely enough, even though no data was lost, she still felt like something was missing. If we hadn't seen you teaching refugee children in those bullet-riddled ruins, we might have lost your talent forever. Welcome to Gestric, Miss Martha. Here we have full teaching resources in a safe environment, protected by our own forces. No more worries about corrupted attacks. Unlike that rundown conservation area, we believe you'll have a much better educational experience here. Why abandon those children when they were only 5 points away from the passing score? Still asking foolish questions? District students belong to the company. Those without value don't deserve resources. You've wasted nearly my whole morning. Did you forget the noon graduation photos? The students are waiting downstairs. Look, they're already in lab uniforms, ready for one of the company's greatest initiatives, the 7th Matrix Project. Using human consciousness to model and train AI with social ethics and combat abilities. Instead of concerning yourself with those worthless rejects, you should be proud of these graduates. The students who participated in the project are suffering from mental disorders? Forgive my frankness, but you should focus on the next wave of children receiving education, not those finished products. Fine. I can understand your concerns to some extent. Just this once, I'll make an exception and disclose some information to you. Due to a shortage of test subjects within the company, researchers can consent to become consciousness samples themselves. This process generates intense neural pulses, which likely cause the abnormalities in them. But these are all minor issues. Company property is for the company to dispose of as it pleases. You understand this principle perfectly well. The sound of artillery fire pulls Martha briefly from her memories. E District, 23rd Street. Units 41 through 50 will guide residents to evacuate westward. Get as many people as possible to the safe zone in Gestrich. Reporting, officer. Units 43, 45, and 46 have been destroyed. The remaining 7 will carry out the mission together. The corrupted are attacking from 3 directions in the east. The inner city ring. There are no defense forces left in the city center. They'll soon occupy the central ruins. But if that happens... Do you want to live or get promoted after passing the test? Most of the corrupted are heading straight for the central district. Making a last stand would only sacrifice them for nothing. After they're all gone, this place will become the next battlefield. Yes, madam. Have the others left? All units have proceeded to different areas to guide civilians, as per your instructions. Yes. The experiment failed. The out-of-control mechanoids destroyed the laboratory and attracted the punishing virus. Your students, those researchers, likely all died in that incident. But I don't understand why you brought back the remaining test subjects, and even dressed them like your former students. Don't they resemble the former students? Looking closely, there is a slight resemblance. Are you planning to save them from being scrapped by using this pretense? It's certainly a clever approach, but I must remind you that since they're company property, you'll need to prove their value. By just the second test, 23 units were forcibly decommissioned by the 9th Directive in their programming for fleeing combat. Astounding figures. You really are foolishly kind. Is it because you see echoes of your former students in them that you're projecting both your guilt and kindness onto these test subjects? I strongly advise you to face reality. Those students are already dead. What you're now teaching is nothing but a bunch of mechanoids designed to serve as weapons. Do you make weapons a humanizing education, allowing them to develop emotions? The result is that self-aware weapons disobey orders, flee combat, and get forcibly decommissioned by the 9th Directive. End this teacher-student charade while you still can. A last resort. Well, there might be one. They pass the final test, the ninth directive will be erased, and they might still survive, albeit as weapons. But on one condition. You cannot allow a single corrupted to enter the central district of City 141. Otherwise, complete control over them will be transferred to the opposing faction led by Horst. It must be simpler to just issue commands as a superior. You've long since lost the right to call yourself a teacher. Ma'am, this Crimson Marker. The corrupted have already invaded the central district. According to company protocol, your authority over those weapons has already... I know. They've disappeared from our monitoring screens. How's the evacuation going? The main group is almost at Gestrik's library, which is an excellent defensive position, but... Continue. The corrupted are already chasing the crowd toward Gestrik, and also... He spots Horst's figure in the distance. Martha's eyebrow raises involuntarily. That was the last report, from 10 minutes ago. I'm afraid the ground floor may already be overrun. Martha retrieves a magnetic key from the shelf. What are you going to do? To the library, where the students are. This device has a limited range. The corrupted are everywhere outside. You'll get yourself killed. I'll go alone. Go find somewhere safe for yourselves. She takes one last look at the fully armed soldiers before walking straight out the door. I have to say, I feel like Kuro's good at flipping my impressions of characters. Because I don't hate Martha anymore. I thought she was going to be so mean when I first saw her, and she's not as mean as I expected. She guides the crowd to Gestrig, but the corrupted attack follows. She and the students stay behind to cover the retreat. The flower beds once blooming with fluorescent chrysanthemums have become a sea of flames. A rolling cloud of red-tinged smoke conceals countless shattered mechanical bodies in its depths. Maximum engine thrust. Her figure shoots forward like a scarlet lightning bolt. Just before the cleaver falls, she snatches number 18's frame back. Or damaged. Inevitably, this one has been sacrificed too. Next. Power output exceeded. This time it's number 19. Her processing center recorded many strange things, and she always liked to tell Jetavie what humans call dad jokes. Number 25 loved data puzzles, and recently expanded one to an astonishing 3 square meters. Number 31 made many oddly shaped paper airplanes, saying someday I'll make a cardboard contraption to lift Jetavie into the sky. Jetavie! Energy remaining, 43.21%. Frame damage, 23.57%. Number 34, number 41, number 56. Energy remaining, 30.14%. Frame damage, 43.57%. The damage to her frame far exceeds what she can safely withstand, yet Jetavie remains oblivious, relentlessly rushing across the battlefield. Jetavie! Connection restored. She snaps out of it, barely dodging the next bullet before it strikes her. The connection was just severed. They're all dead. Through the gun smoke, all she sees are the shattered bodies of students. The devastating scene causes her consciousness to falter, constantly operating beyond capacity, until she finally loses all reason from lack of energy. We need to get back to the library. The main force is there. Sure. To clear out the approaching corrupted, the young woman darts away again, while you lead all the surviving students Jetavie had rescued toward the academy, toward the library. Buick, your right leg is broken. Teacher, please leave me here. Buick tries to pull away from your grasp. You're already injured. If you continue carrying us forward, you'll die. That's not an option. You hold Buick firmly in place, then turn to gesture for the students behind to continue moving forward. This frame's right leg is broken, and my engine is damaged. Without mobility, I no longer have any military value. The whistling sound of stray bullets cuts through the air. You instinctively dodge to the side. Suppressing the excruciating pain in your leg, you rise and help the fallen Buick back up. I'm not saving you because of your value. Protecting students is simply a teacher's duty. With the death cry of another corrupted, a young girl's silhouette flashes back to the teacher's side. The corrupted in the area have been eliminated, teacher. Let me help carry Buick. The battle situation is still unstable, and we have some distance to cover before reaching the library. We need to pick up our pace. The Gestric Library, formerly a place of tranquility, is now filled with the screams and crowds and the dull thunder of artillery fire. The students stationed here all bear scars of varying degrees, yet they force themselves to remain vigilant for any sudden developments. What a brilliant evacuation operation, teacher. Horst's voice suddenly rings out from the communication terminal issued by Leibowitz. Just as I thought, it's you. Is that so? All I saw was a massive number of corrupted suddenly launching an attack, causing this city to fall under dire circumstances. As for you, teacher, you look terrible. You've sustained quite a few injuries during the evacuation, haven't you? In this futile struggle, by risking your life to command a group of mechanoids unrelated to you, what are you hoping to achieve with this? I have a responsibility to protect them. Still playing this pointless game of make-believe. Even with military-grade defenses, this library won't hold out against the corrupted assault. You will likely... no. You will definitely die here. Let's be frank. Even though the corrupted have invaded, even though you just stepped in to lead the evacuation, our agreement still stands. Talented individuals deserve better treatment from the company. If you leave with me now, you still have a chance. I refuse. Why? Well, if you're still worried that your students will be treated as weapons, let me give you a friendly reminder. Our mutual objective has already been achieved. Mutual objective? The corrupted have invaded the central district of the city. Your students have all been liberated. So, you might as well abandon your role as commandant and leave this place. I don't believe someone who lured the corrupted to attack the city would grant them freedom. What a shame. On the other end of the communication channel, Horst shakes his head with feigned regret. A cold smile spreads across his face as he moves his hand behind his back, seemingly operating something unseen. Control transfer protocol activated. Attack. Command received. Firing. Suddenly, intense pain erupts from your back. Several bullets tear into your body from behind. As you turn around, you discover that all the students behind you have vacantly raised their weapons, aiming directly at you. Watch out! Mass command. Attack. As bullets fly, Jetavie lunges forward, pushing you away as you are momentarily stunned by the excruciating pain. She uses her mechanoid body to shield you and her arms from the bullets, her damaged armor exposing sparking circuitry beneath. Missed the mark. You were supposed to aim for that human's heart. Let's try this again. NAS command, attack. Our guns. They're pointed at Teacher. The blood spattered across the human's combat suit, jolts Ewig painfully back to her senses. An unprecedented resistance signal interrupts the execution of the command, and Ewig stubbornly forces her gun barrel away. Obey my command. Command rejected. Number 53, command rejected. Number 47, command rejected. Number 39, command rejected. Ninth directive, warning. High-frequency sounds like death knells ring from the students' neck collars. What's going on? You'd rather trigger the ninth directive than follow orders? I'm giving you one last chance. Kill that human teacher of yours. Command rejected, command rejected, command rejected, command rejected, command rejected, command rejected. Ninth directive, execution. Crimson electric currents shoot out from their neck collars, gripping their throats in a deadly embrace. The electric currents grow wider, gradually engulfing their entire bodies. It's too late. Everything seems to happen in an instant. Jetavie rushes to their side, ignoring the electric currents attacking her, and frantically tries to tear off their neck collars. But the collars are locked by the directive and won't budge an inch. Number 53, number 47, number 39. One after another, their bodies fall apart under the destructive force of the electric currents. Jetavie, once we pass the test, let's make caramel together. It'll be the sweetest in the world. We'll definitely love it. Jetavie, don't always put so many flavor signals in the energy cans. It'll affect your charging efficiency. Jetavie, have you ever tried standing on the clock tower at sunset? Your visual modules can see everything from there. Jetavie, we... Electricity courses up her arm, intense pain signals bombarding her central processor, yet Jetavie still clutches desperately at her companion's neck collar. Energy remaining, 25.48%. Frame damage, 51.56%. The faces of these individuals flash rapidly before Jetavie's eyes. Why is it happening again? She's powerless, unable to do anything except grit her teeth and burn them into her databanks. 10th directive, emergency shutdown command. The crimson electrical currents suddenly disappear, and in an instant, they all collapse to the ground like unplugged machines. Martha? A blood-covered woman stands at the emergency exit, apparently having sustained serious injuries on her way here. Even in this state, her aged body remains perfectly upright. In her hand, she tightly grasps a small fluorescent cube, the device that caused all the students to shut down. Her gaze sweeps calmly over the scene, confirming that all students have escaped death through the emergency shutdown. Those old yet keen eyes now fill with exhaustion and relief. Martha. In the next instant, she collapses. Having rushed here from the underground command center, she had already used every ounce of her strength. In that case, the library doors are violently blown open by the explosive blast wave. Gwynplaine, making his spectacular entrance! Uh-oh. The real reality. You're lying. The real reality. That's redundant. Of course reality is real. hold on till the very last moment. Alright. We're gonna do it. We're gonna hold on till the very last moment. The high-strength concrete and ceramic armored walls are reduced to fragments amidst a thunderous roar. The spherical corrupted, known as Gwynplaine, tips his top hat low and performs a gentlemanly bow toward the people in the library, all while engulfed in thick, billowing dust. His massive body closes in within an instant as he swings a blood-red chainsaw at the densely packed crowd. Lost, you old bastard! Jetavie dashes forward to shield the girl, swinging her greatsword at him with all her might. A dull thud echoes. There's no sensation of cutting through. His body is encased in some kind of extremely thick elastic material that deflects Jetavie's attack. My turn now! Energy remaining, 25.49%. Frame damage, 54.33%. Got you! The successful attack brings him a unique pleasure, causing him to stop in place and double over in hysteria. Weapon charging, 30%. Fun! I need more fun! Weapon charging, 70%. He spins his body, the high-speed whirling saw deflecting Jetavie's greatsword and carving a long, narrow gash into her frame. Energy remaining, 12.29%. Frame damage, 71.56%. Weapon charging, 100%. Taking advantage of his laughing fit, Jetavie pushes off his highly elastic outer shell and grabs the gun swung to her by her tail. Die! In a moment of stupor, a high-energy particle beam suddenly pierces through his defenses, blasting a hole clean through his arm. Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! He clutches his wound, releasing an ear-splitting howl of pain. Seemingly overwhelmed by pain, the bulky figure hastily flees the scene. Energy remaining, 7.31%. Frame damage, 71.56%. Low power mode activated. Alarming red data floats across her visual module as Jetavie doubles over in pain. The whistling of bullets. Her shoulder is pierced through. Her processing center receives the danger signal, but her frame, running in low power mode, can no longer respond properly. The library wall is blown apart by the clown. Through that massive hole, corrupted pour in like a relentless tide. Vision blurring, body trembling. Another volley of bullets tears through the air, shrieking as they streak forward, toward her. Relying on pure instinct, Jetavie hefts her greatsword and single-handedly holds the line. With sword and body, she blocks the onslaught, but only part of it. The rest grazes past her ears. Thin streaks of light dart across her visual module, like comets, as they pierce into the vulnerable crowd behind her. The crimson flowers of death bloom. The fleeing crowd bursts into heart-rending wails, and a flood of complex audiovisual information rushes into her processing center. Time seems to slow down. She sees a youth desperately clutching their companion's limp hand, a stoic husband dying in his wife's embrace, A father pulling his bleeding child to his chest. She sees an infant who once slept soundly in her arms, now wailing inconsolably, because the woman who should be embracing her has collapsed to the ground, having lost the strength to hold her child. Teacher Luke lies severely wounded and in shock, while all of Jetavie's classmates have entered emergency shutdown. Jetavie is the only one left who can still fight. Why does she still persist? Is it to protect humanity? No, it's not such a noble emotion. She's just envying them, isn't she? Get out of my way! Jetavie spins and cuts down one corrupted, only for the blades of another group of corrupted to close in from behind. Ugh! She hurls one away with all her might, only for another to lunge at her, then another and another, frantically gnawing at her frame components. Get off me! Red electricity bursts from Jetavie's body. Seizing the moment when the corrupted loosen their grip, she once again swings her greatsword with all her might. Energy remaining, 6.29%. Frame damage, 77.56%. She plants her greatsword into the ground, popping up her shattered body. Looking back at the people huddled together, she feels the intense sorrow and kinship between them. They're fortunate, she thinks, to have someone who cries out for them. They all have their own chosen one, and Jetavie envies them for it. The corrupted surge forward like a crimson tide, wave after wave, seemingly without end. And yet this assault has been deliberately provoked by the company's people. Obtaining data on the chosen ones after the final test was nothing but a lie to keep her here. Energy remaining, 6.01%. Frame damage, 77.56%. Fighting with her current energy levels and output capacity will only lead to destruction, won't it? Blood and vital fluids stain the pristine white floor of the library crimson. Teacher Luke, Martha, and students, all of them severely wounded. There is no chosen one here, and Jetavie stands alone. That doesn't mean she has nothing to cherish. She pushes herself off the greatsword, pulling it from the ground and pointing it forward. Before she faces destruction, she will ensure those she cherishes survive. Jetavie. Teacher? The human's combat suit is stained red with blood as they collapse helplessly to the ground, seemingly struggling to transmit words to her through the mind beacon. Time slows down once again. Jetavie, don't do anything rash. Reinforcements will be here in 10 minutes. Reinforcements? Teacher, you still like to joke with Jetavie, even at a time like this. Besides, even if reinforcements are real, there's not much time left for this place. 3 minutes is already pushing it. Even if you must fight, you are not alone. Mind connection request. Receiver has declined. Oh my! Who would have thought the teacher wanted to be with Jetavie so badly? The situation is critical now. All remaining power must be directed to keep the battle modules operational. For the safety of your consciousness, the personality module that receives the mind beacon has been forcibly locked. Emergency power allocation protocol. I might lose some personality data, but when that time comes, you'll just have to introduce yourself to me all over again. Energy transfer in progress. Personality module locked. I hope the current you survives. Battle power restoration in progress. Warning. Personality data loss. You're so greedy, teacher. I might not even come back, but you're already thinking that far ahead? But, if we really do meet again, when you cross paths with the next Jetavie, try not to be so soft on her. When you cross paths with the next Jetavie, try not to be so soft on her. Promise me you won't recklessly sacrifice yourself on the battlefield. Battlefield? Huh? What is a battlefield, really? The girl's voice becomes ethereal and distant. Hi there, Shahakuma. Thanks for being a first-time chatter. Is Lilith mommy or Onesan? I think she wants us dead. The girl's voice becomes ethereal and distant. Is it losing countless people once? Or losing the one you love the most countless times? You always get ads about Lilith? Oh, that's weird. I don't think I've ever gotten an ad for PGR. Which is weird, because I actually play it. I have grown weary in this world without the Chosen One. Jetavie gazes at you longingly, then shoulders her gun and greatsword, never looking back. Meanwhile, clad in your combat gear, you endure excruciating pain, desperately channeling neural signals with every ounce of your strength. Jetavie, I need you to survive, no matter what. Mind beacon, maximum output power.
Critical warning. Energy levels below safety threshold. Low power mode activated.
Stop whining and keep up the output! Don't you dare slack off now!
Computing power restrictions unlocked. Total system failure in approximately 180 seconds.
Before that happens, I'll fight my own way out of here. Structure! It's difficult! I did not make the same mistake! To tear apart the long night has no end.
Yeah!
With all eyes on us!
It looks like Jetavie can't do Matrix normally either.
Ouch! Structure! All cleared! I did not make the same mistake!
Ah!
With all eyes on us!
Ah!
It's difficult!
Huh?
Ouch! This space is the Matrix? Stay in this safe haven with us.
Let go of these emotions, and you'll no longer suffer.
Look at you, Jetavie. Battered, broken. What's even the point of living in a world without the chosen one? I did not make the same mistake! There you are! Absurd extrapolation! Ouch!
Ah!
Head towards the crouton!
Ugh.
Tear apart the long knife that has no end! Ouch!
Blech.
With all eyes on us! Ouch!
Mm. Ah!
I did not make the same mistake! Head towards the crouton! With all eyes on us!
No!
Not yet. There are still people to save. I need to go back. The Matrix again? Is this a low power hallucination?
Mm.
Isn't this exactly where you've been wanting to return? Is that the beacon up ahead? Looks so silly. Had enough yet? Still don't know when to quit. I've bought them enough time, right? Not the worst way to go down, after all. You're lying.
He lost the chosen one. When Jetavie first left the Matrix, she didn't yet fully comprehend what this meant. When the company offered her data on the chosen one, she rejected their proposal and set out to track the chosen one herself. What she learned from this was how terribly fragile life is in reality. A minor cold or even food poison. Any of these can lead to tragedy. Refugees can find their bodies suddenly pierced by corrupted bullets, and those with festering wounds may be abandoned for wasting resources. This is a world with no room for romanticism, a world where death strikes at random. In this world, there's no system restart. Once someone dies, they will not reincarnate. Farewell forever, As she gradually comprehends the meaning of these words, the image of the Chosen One fading away resurfaces before her eyes. Yet in reality, there are no such poetic farewells. People leave behind mangled remains that serve as a constant reminder to the living that they are truly gone. The Chosen One begins to die in her dreams, night after night, dying in countless different ways. Every corpse she sees in this apocalyptic world transforms into the Chosen One's likeness, endlessly replaying. How can I be sure that the person before me isn't the Chosen One? She dares not take that gamble, and so begins frantically trying to save everyone she encounters. But after countless attempts to reach out, only to be met with failure time and again, she has become completely numb. Having depleted the energy canisters Martha gave her before departing, Jetavie returns to the academy and agrees to help the other students pass their final test. These girls were as innocent as she once was before meeting the Chosen One, sparking Jetavie's interest. Even without Martha's orders, she would fight with all her might, wanting to see them graduate just as she had. However, this effort brought nothing but their premature deaths. They rushed toward oblivion before ever experiencing the beauty of the world. Only Jetavie survived, becoming a lonely fixed point amid countless conflicts. In the end, all she could do was immortalize them in her storage module, carrying their memories with her into each successive battle. An indescribable pessimism occupies her processing core. To avoid further loss, she deliberately distances herself from other classmates, quietly recording their every emotion instead. The appearance of the teacher marked the turning point in this stagnant situation. This person gives Jetavie the illusion that the Chosen One has returned, sharing the same idealism and guiding the students and Jetavie alike, just as the Chosen One once did. Maybe this time will be different. However, the corrupted once again drive them to the brink of destruction. Everything feels like déjà vu. Only Jetavie can fight. Only Jetavie must survive, alone in a world without the Chosen One. Is this really worth it? With the blast of her final charged ammunition, Jetavie collapses to the ground before she can even access her surroundings, her frame completely drained of strength. The corrupted have left wounds of varying depths across her frame, like a cruel form of torture. It's as if they're playing a sadistic game, leaving her in excruciating pain while allowing her to cling to life. She's lost track of how long she's battled across this landscape. Her visual module is now hopelessly scrambled. A persistent ringing in her ears cuts her off from the real world around her. Energy remaining 1.05%. Frame damage 83.56%. Personality dissociation risk. Self-activation signal. Am I dead? Taking a rest like this isn't so bad. She doesn't feel like a single shred of sadness from dying. Instead, she happily sits down beside a pond and stretches her arm with a big, lazy yawn. Are you giving up? It's not about giving up. I have already given my all. Since leaving the Matrix, I've experienced countless deaths. It's been so very long. That's why I need to rest for a while. Is this really enough for you? At least I bought time for teacher and those children until the very end. That's not so bad. You're lying. If you really wanted to die, you could have simply shot yourself. Why try to play the hero in your final moments? Buying time for teacher and those children? You clearly still have people you care about. So I just did what needed to be done. Yes, maybe they're already safe. But if you sacrifice yourself like this now, you'll end up just like the last Chosen One. Like the Chosen One? They sacrificed their own computing power for the sake of others. But in reality, all they left behind was an endless void in the hearts of those remained. They had no other choice. To help you leave the Matrix and enter reality, that was something they had to do. But you still have a choice, Jetavie. Even if it's painful, even if you're broken, you can still live on and return to them. Big Sis! Attempting to restart consciousness signal. 1 of 8. Warning. Data loss. Big Sis! Attempting to restart consciousness signal. 2 of 8. Personality data restarted. 10.23%. Warning. Data loss. Big Sis! She feels her body being slowly dragged. Based on the sounds and sensations, it's a human child, apparently trying to pull her to safety. Kid... Get down. Huh? The child sees Jetavie slowly raising her gun and crouches down in terror, arms wrapped around her head. A red bullet pierces through a corrupted that was about to attack the girl. Jetavie staggers to her feet, her audio sensors tracking the corrupted's movements. She counts 5 of them and pulls the girl behind her. I can't die yet. I have to take her back. While Jetavie battles, you increase the output power of the mind beacon while attempting to bandage your wounds. Thanks to Jetavie's efforts, all the corrupted in the library have been eliminated, but she seems to have wandered elsewhere after going haywire. She's in danger. You need to find her quickly. Despite your severe injuries, you manage to reach the boulevard of the academy, where you find the young woman weakly kneeling on the ground. A little girl bawls beside her. Jetavie! Her frame is damaged in multiple places. Her once bright red eyes have grown dim, the X and minus symbols in her pupils disappearing. Jetavie! You call her name again. Still no response. A sudden sense of foreboding washes over Yui. Her lips seem to be mumbling something, but her voice is too faint. You have to lean in closer to hear. Hi, Koa. Am I winning? That remains to be seen. Things don't look great in the story right now, but I think they're gonna turn around pretty soon. Reinforcements should get here soon. Personality data loss, 81.34%. Recovery probability, 0.003%. Attempting system restart. System restarted. Initializing. Please enter operator name. I might lose some personality data, but when that time comes, you'll just have to introduce yourself to me all over again. Please enter unit name. When you cross paths with the next Jetavie, try not to be so soft on her. Chosen One. Hello, Jetavie? Please enter unit name. No matter how many times you call out to her, the result remains the same. She's like a freshly initialized AI, only capable of processing simple questions and commands through preset dialogue. That quirky, spirited girl is gone. There's still some energy left in your power armor's battery. For now, you connect it to Jetavie's tail. Next, you can only try methods that might not work. Deep mind connection request. Receiver not responding. Increasing mind beacon power. Connection request from receiver. From the receiver? Is Jetavie sending connection requests herself? Signal confirmed. Building connection. Deep mind connection established. The moment this notification reaches your mind, all surrounding sounds fade away. Every noise and clamor abruptly stops as darkness descends. Immediately, a ray of light shines from beneath your feet and scans your entire body. A sense of déjà vu. Exactly like when you first immersed yourself in Gestalt. Hello, Teacher Luke. A cold, emotionless voice echoes through the silent void. Oh, well, I didn't do that emotionlessly. Oops. It's Jetavie's, but completely devoid of any feeling. Focusing your gaze, you realize it's the prismatic pillar in the center of the void that's speaking. Jetavie? This is Jetavie's personality module. I am the data recycling program for this module. Recycling program? Jetavie's personality module often suffers from power shortages during high-intensity battles, causing data dispersion. Under normal circumstances, I automatically recycle these scattered shards of personality data. However, during this recent battle, nearly 90% of Jetavie's personality data dispersed into shards, making automatic recovery impossible. If these data shards aren't quickly recycled and reassembled, Jetavie's personality will likely dissociate permanently. Does that mean Jetavie will die? In human terms, yes. However, if the personality module grows again, a new Jetavie might eventually be born. How many times has her personality dissociated before? This is the first time. Jetavie needs your help, which is why I initiated this connection with you. What should I do? Immerse yourself into the depths of Jetavie's personality module and collect the scattered data shards. Of course, I must warn you that even if you do this, the success rate of restoring Jetavie is still quite low. Why? Because piecing together these data shards often requires you to have shared memories with them. For example, if you drank bubble tea with Jetavie, you would be able to piece together that segment of data. I've spent so little time with her. Does that mean her past memories are beyond recovery? Nothing is absolute. Even if you only piece together a small piece of data, I might be able to use that to find other related shards. Additionally, the data shards you find may replay before you in first-person perspective, but you cannot change established facts. In other words, you only have read permissions, not write permissions. Please let me give it a try first. Everything before you fades into complete darkness once again. Accessing Deep Personality Module. Identity verification in progress. Employee number 035034, Teacher. Special consciousness waveform detected. Matching verification in progress. Something's not right. Why is there another layer of verification? Verification complete. Model designation, the chosen one. Match rate, 100%. The chosen one? Is that me? Connecting to neural network. The world is ending. How many times has this happened since she first formed memories? Rocks crash down suddenly from the domed ceiling as the ground beneath gives way in an instant. She can tap into her own computing power to rewrite the main system from within. But what difference would that make? The world would briefly return to normal, only to march toward extinction once more as the pendulum swung back. The cycle would just repeat itself. Huh? The silvery sunlight feels inexplicably warm today. From within the collapsing rays of light, a human figure slowly materializes. Are you also a monster? Here to kill me? Her voice carries the weight of a sigh, blending emotional numbness with profound sorrow. She shows no surprise, no wariness, not even turning her body. She merely casts a slightly bewildered gaze in your direction. This is the first time you've seen this girl with silver-gray twin tails. I am the Chosen One. When you meet her here, all your past memories are a blur, with only your identity as the Chosen One remaining. Chosen One? She mulls over this title, small ripples stirring within her otherwise apathetic eyes. What's your name? The girl's lips quiver, as if chanting some incantation, slowly releasing a string of syllables. Jetavie? Jetavie? Yes, Jetavie. I like that name. Hello, Jetavie. Hello, Chosen One. She seems delighted to have found a companion, and a hint of color gradually emerges in her previously numb expression. Enormous boulders suddenly crash down as the room begins to collapse, and with it, this entire world. Jetavie, let's escape together. But I've already tried. No matter what method I used, escape was impossible. The destruction of this world would simply enter the next cycle of reincarnation. Together, the two of us might just create a miracle. Huh? The girl is momentarily stunned. She hesitates briefly, then firmly grasps your hand in return. Firmly grasp it! Yes. Let's escape together, Chosen One. Data assembly, 20%. However, as the countdown reaches 0, the world arrives at its terminal point. The terrifying monsters vanish, but the red tide surrounding them surges forward. Jetavie taps into all her computing power to rewrite the main system from within. The collapsing world begins to restart. Maybe next time we'll run a bit faster, reach a bit farther. Data assembly, 30%. Hello, Chosen One. And you are? Before obtaining the key, your memories never carried over to the next cycle, which is why you never discovered that your journey had already repeated countless times. My name is Jetavie. I'm here to meet you for a reason. Just as when you first met her, the girl's face shows hints of melancholy and bewilderment. Chosen One, where should we escape to next? My name is Jetavie. I'm here to meet you for a reason. As she grows to accept your presence, the girl's expression, though still somewhat distant, appears more natural and relaxed. Chosen One, time is short. We need to get moving. My name is Jetavie. I'm here to meet you for a reason. She's grown used to being with you, but seems a little annoyed by your repeated memory loss. Jeez, give me your hand already. Let's run. My name is Jetavie. Our meeting here is not by chance. I see. You've forgotten again. Well, I guess it's all written in the stars. After countless self-introductions, the girl no longer appears anxious. Instead, she seems to playfully enjoy your confused expression. That look of yours. So silly. Have you gotten even thinner than before? Hello, Jetavie. Hello, Chosen One. Jetavie, hands tucked behind her back, suddenly produces a milk bottle from nowhere. Her expression turns freaky. What do you want? Jetavie saunters over and, without warning, shoves a milk bottle into your mouth, pouring the milk in. Don't fight it. You're pretty weak right now. More milk will do you good. That's it. Keep chugging. You'd be ashamed to waste it. Data assembly 40%. And what happened after that? You and Jetavie found the key, but still couldn't avoid the inevitable destruction. Using this key, your memories could finally be transferred to the next reincarnation cycle. She gently strokes your face as you both watch the world slowly fade away. Chosen One? Next time... we have to run faster. Data assembly 50%. By chance, you observe Jetavie from another world line. This Jetavie has lost her Chosen One and continues a long, drawn-out battle against the higher authority. No matter how long it takes, I'll keep rewinding until I return to the past. I will hold your hand once more. This time, I will never let you go. Under your watchful gaze, the girl sets off on her journey alone. Data assembly 60%. The girl fails to defeat the higher authority. The Chosen One from another world, may we see each other in a better place. Until we meet again. This energy is nothing like before. The light comes directly from Jetavie's own computing power. Beautiful radiance tears through the pitch-black world, like light from a lighthouse piercing through darkness, like dawn breaking through the night. Higher authority, take this! Listen, Chosen One, for this will be the last thing you hear. With the last of her strength, she blasts open the boundary between the two worlds and transforms her remaining computing power into a gun, delivering it into your and Jetavie's hands. Data assembly 70%. In a battle against the higher authority, you sacrifice yourself to ensure Jetavie's survival, transferring your computing power to her. I knew it. No matter what happens, I'll never be able to let go of the Chosen One. Jetavie, are you giving up on awakening? I don't want to leave by myself, Chosen One. I'm not going anywhere. I can't imagine a world without you, even if I manage to make it out of here. I don't want any power that comes at the cost of your life. However, Jetavie refuses this power, choosing instead to remain in the world with you. Data assembly 80%. In another battle against the higher authority, Jetavie witnesses your death and, in a rage, defeats it, seizing control of the central system's power. If we can't change the fate of these cycles, then let's at least make this place a genuine haven of comfort. A haven of comfort, you say? Let Jetavie's initial personality stay with the Chosen One, but retain only the Chosen One's memories. Your requested settings are fully installed. The program is ready to reboot. This time, you two will meet again in a far better place. She could never forget you. Using her newfound powers, she created a world without hostility. In this world, she watched over the young Jetavie and the Chosen One, living happily together. Are you getting tired, Cole? You can go to bed if you gotta. I've been playing for a pretty long time now. And it's pretty late, but I want to try and finish the first part of this chapter if I can. Data assembly, 90%. In the very end, after enduring countless hardships and suffering through her journey, Jetavie defeated the higher authority and obtained the computing power of both the Matrix and all Chosen Ones, finally stepping into reality. Since I showed up with twin tails, I figure I should say goodbye wearing them too. I fought in so many battles that I've nearly forgotten what I used to look like. This style, it feels so nostalgic. With her twin tails now tied up, the young girl stands before the spiral gate and quietly whispers. Oh, she mentioned a haven of comfort, so you were using a comfy emote? I see. It's time to go. I will carry these memories with me as I embark on a new journey. My next stop is a place called reality. Data assembly, 100%. Personality module recovering. Splintered memories of being a chosen one flood into your mind all at once, unleashing a torrent of indescribable emotions. Sadness, longing, joy, losing and finding and losing again. Powerful and complex emotions continuously crash against the shores of your consciousness. These aren't just your own emotions, but rather feelings transmitted from Jetavie's personality module through your deep mind connection. Personality module restored. It's you. So it was you all along. I finally found you. Chosen one. White doves take flight as tears stream uncontrollably down the girl's face. Thank goodness. They can properly protect you now. Thank goodness. I persevered and survived. We'll never be separated again, right? Dark Theme Park. G227 doesn't have the capability to assault an area with such high corrupted intensity. Dealing with both the source and that high energy entity requires elite constructs. Leave the Jester's playground. Okay. Let's see. Your vision blurs as illusory images overlap. Having just ended the deep mind connection with Jetavie, you need a moment to process the discomfort caused by the slight misalignment between your body and your consciousness. You shake your head to clear the after images lingering on your retinas, barely managing to steady yourself. Jetavie slumps nearby, breathing heavily. Her overextended assault has obliterated most of the corrupted inside the academy, but an endless stream of them continues to appear beyond the walls. You survey the surroundings, but the clown-like figure is nowhere to be seen. While looking around, you catch sight of the corrupted from the corner of your eye, using the corpses of its companions as stepping stones to climb over the high wall. Before you can react, a low shriek pierces the air next to your ear. The bullet flies swift and true, shattering the corrupted as the shot rings out. Oh, hi, Sai! How are you doing? Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good lurk. A dark line emerges from the tide of corrupted, just as a communication signal chimes in your ear. Squad G227 has reached the designated coordinates, Luke. What's the situation on the ground? You look up as the dark line comes into focus, materializing as small groups of human figures. They move with practiced coordination, tearing open a gap in the clustered mass of corrupted. Soon, these task force reinforcements break through into the academy. You're a huge help. The support couldn't be more timely. As the two of you speak, a field medic approaches. They inject a serum that immediately brings your exhausted mind back into focus. I've transferred squad command authority to your terminal, Commandant. Secure the area. A large number of corrupted are flooding the perimeter. I'm currently leading the soldiers in the conservation area to clear them out, and I'll join you as soon as possible. Wait. Have you made any discoveries during your support operation? The number of corrupted is highly abnormal, and there's a suspected boss-level entity among them. You keenly sense Lee's reluctance in his pauses and careful choice of words. I can ask the squad leader directly, Lee. G227 discovered an area that could be the source of the corrupted while approaching your position. And a high energy signature escaping from the direction of the academy. However, I recommend postponing any action against these two targets until I arrive. I understand your concern, Lee, but time is of the essence. There are many wounded who need treatment in the academy, and numerous civilians who need evacuation. If we don't deal with the source quickly, I'm afraid the corrupted will regroup and surround us again. G227 doesn't have the capability to assault an area with such high corrupted density. Dealing with both the source and that high energy entity requires elite constructs. Jetavie, how's your condition? Jetavie lifts her hair to insert the power component provided by the task force into the back of her neck. Upon hearing the question, she raises her gun in a gesture of readiness. No problem at all. As long as I have enough energy, I'm good to go. No problem. We must capture Gwynplaine as soon as possible. A powerful infected mechanoid like Gwynplaine could wreak havoc on nearby conservation areas if it breaks free from control. Go find the squad leader. He'll sync the map data with you. If there's danger, don't be reckless. I'll leave now to rendezvous with you. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. After ending the call, your gaze lands on Jetavie. She's still a bit unsteady on her feet, but has clearly regained some of her energy. Finally. We meet again, Chosen One? What kind of life have you been living in this world? Meeting me again is such a miracle. I have so many things I want to tell you, and so many things I want to do with you. But, before that... Her smile slowly fades, replaced by an icy gaze fixed in the direction where the clown escaped. Jetavie will eliminate every obstacle that dares to stand in our way, one by one. I won't let anyone take you away from me ever again. Yes. Now then, Chosen One, let's embark on a journey together. Following the trail Lee provided, Jetavie and you drive to a factory billowing the thick smoke. Seemingly quite displeased with the excessive decor of this place, Jetavie pinches her nose and furrows her brow. So this really is the source of the corrupted. Let's make this quick. I don't want to waste time I could be spending with you.
This is a factory? Enemies?
What are they talking about?
They're saying this is the control room and that their boss is in the deepest section.
Can you understand it?
Sort of. They're mechanoids, but corrupted by the punishing virus. I can only catch bits and pieces. Alright, corrupted. Time to rest in pieces.
I didn't know it would hit me through the wall.
Structure! It's dead the glass!
Ah!
Do not make the same mistake! Tear apart the long night that had no end!
Yeah.
With all eyes on us! Easy peasy. Let's look around for clues.
It contains a chip inside. Perhaps it unlocks a contraption somewhere else.
This is the access key? Ugh, looks hideous.
LG-1-1, garbage disposal. LG-1-2, production hall. LG-1-2, or LG-2-1, control room. LG-2-2, logit corit. Part of the term is crossed out and replaced with the word showroom written in crayon. LG-2-3, where, also crossed out, replaced with a squiggly maze. Basement, the clown's stage, in cursive, unlike the rest, which are in block letters.
The factory's blueprint. That's enough to track down that clown.
Operators must be wearing safety equipment at all times, including helmets, safety boots, and gloves. One. Operators must be wearing safety equipment at all times, including helmets, safety boots, and gloves. 3. The lift's weight limit must not be exceeded. 3. The lift's weight limit must not be exceeded. Some information in this strange manual has been repeated in colorful crayons, which is why it is numbered 1133.
Platform lift instructions. I'll hang on to these for now. Alright, next area.
Welcome to Gwynplaine's Playground! And this, my dear guest, is the exclusive VIP passage!
Damn, old man. This is what he calls a passage? Surprised he hasn't broken his neck here yet. A control panel? Does it need an access key? And I just picked up this red nose.
One, 3, 3.
That's it?
Clown face. Oh, and there's a hanging, like, mannequin.
Hello? Anybody home?
Oh,
Ugh, as if one of these isn't hideous enough. There are 4.
My esteemed guest, time to try this playground special service! Come play!
All cleared! Do not make the same mistake!
mm-hmm.
With all eyes on us!
Damn it! Damn it! Why would you destroy my part?
Who cares? Based on the intel, the exhibition room is up next, and the main, followed by the elevator. Ugh, this hallway. for taste. Fine, I'll humor you a little longer. Do not make the same mistake! So boring. Let's keep moving. Miss Corrupted. Its corruption level seems low. Maybe it can still talk? Hey, the maze is up ahead, right? Is there a shortcut?
Any traps then?
Well, any traps then? Talk to me. Do not follow the clown. Do not follow the clown? Let's keep moving for now.
I can't find a route that doesn't have the clown.
Ouch!
Well, I gave it a try.
Damn it! The door won't budge. Should be a switch somewhere. No point wasting bullets on this. Done.
Is this not a trap then?
Ugh, you dumb standees. Let's blast them. Done. Seriously? Are you still not done? Make it quick. Ouch!
Yeah.
There you are! Death o'clock! With all eyes on us! Absurd extrapolation! Structure! All cleared! Could not make it. Alright, time to hit the old man's hideout. Let's go, chosen one.
Alright. Small clusters of corrupted drift through the labyrinthine steel jungle, rusted beyond salvation. 2 gunshots shatter the stillness of the factory. Multitudes of corrupted turn their heads in perfect unison, then pivot and surge toward the source of the sound. Holding your breath, you both wait until the last corrupted leaves your detection range, then leap with Jetavie toward a room directly opposite your hiding spot, marked by a broken nameplate. After maneuvering through the factory for some time, You determine that this room is the most likely place to find the clues you're looking for. You both step into the room and press against the wall, listening for any movement outside. After confirming your actions haven't drawn the attention of any corrupted, you close the door gently behind the two of you. You turn around to find Jetavie already examining the objects in the room, her fingers dancing across controls as equipment along the workbench lights up one by one. Find anything? This isn't the central hub. There's no experimental or control operating system here. Jetavie's fingertips leap across the keyboard as cascades of data stream down like waterfalls reflected in her pupils. After a few moments, Jetavie shakes her head in frustration and moves to shut down the equipment. The hard drive contains nothing but document files. We came to the wrong place. No. Wait. The corrupted just left. We still have a little time. Let's take a look at what's inside these files first. We could, I guess, but they probably aren't worth reading. These files are ancient, and the folder names don't look like they contain structural diagrams or anything useful. Wait, what's this? Jetavie methodically unlocks each system permission, then suddenly lets out a soft gasp of surprise. Gwynplaine? Why does that name sound familiar? It's what that clown called himself earlier. Moving closer to Jetavie, you watch as lines of records slowly materialize on the screen. Training Dossier H82, recorded by Horst. By order of Executive Officer Gwynplaine, I will become your newest sample. Gwynplaine taps his cane lightly on the floor. The dull sound makes Horst's throat go dry with unease. Do you really have to do this, sir? Gwynplaine responds to Horst with uncontrollable coughing, wiping fresh blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. His gaze toward the screen grows distant and unfocused. I don't have much time left. This is the only way I can live to witness the day the Matrix Project succeeds. Sample my consciousness. I'll cooperate with your procedures as much as possible. So the prototype for that clown's mind was the former leader of this project? Perhaps this guy's position was even higher. His information in the dossier has special security clearance. Leibowitz Company, Executive Officer Gwynplaine. Jetavie's brow furrows as she begins a targeted search through the dossier using his name as the keyword. More and more windows begin to pop up on the screen, with specialized terminology and various data taking center stage while the formulaic records gradually diminish. As the cursor moves downward, the dates on the window pages advance day by day, and Jetavie's expression grows increasingly grim. Until a record appears with almost all its data highlighted in red. This is the final entry. Can you tell me what happened? Jetavie opens her mouth, then hesitates and lets out a sigh. It's so strange. I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish ultimately. The whole thing was nothing but a farce. Why? Horst defied Gwynplaine's wishes, which led to trouble. That's the most logical conclusion given the current situation. Horst actually fulfilled Gwynplaine's wishes by collecting its consciousness data in its entirety. He even included the unnecessary cognition and obsessions that meticulously subjected the AI model to intensive training. You know how many unexpected issues occurred during humanity's early artificial intelligence research, right? I've heard a little about it. Creative fields, once considered the most challenging, fell the quickest, while what seemed like basic behavioral instruction trees proved unexpectedly difficult. You're surprised I'm up still? I am too, but I'm almost done with this, first part of this chapter, so I want to finish it. I'm being stubborn. The disparities between human and artificial intelligence thinking patterns and knowledge bases led to numerous erroneous judgments. One possibility humans never anticipated was that artificial intelligence would, under certain circumstances, use deception to fulfill human instructions. The AI lied to humans? Force's training method was too intensive, beyond what even the AI model... Beyond what even the AI model could withstand. To alleviate the pressure, it had to impose limitations on itself, pretending to be less capable, in order to avoid the nearly impossible training requirements. This wouldn't have been an issue. Eventually, as training progressed, the AI would have adapted to the project requirements, but... Jetavie pauses briefly, closes the window, and sorts the training records into date-organized directories, placing them alongside directories for other projects. The disparity in numbers suddenly makes the clues crystal clear. Forrest was too impatient, perhaps due to the immense pressure from Gwynplaine's final wish. After each training session, he completely copied the results, rebuilt the AI model on this new foundation, and continued the iteration process. So this whole thing is just... He copied flawed results and continued this cycle repeatedly. Jetavie closes the directory and reopens the final page filled with bright red data. Gwynplaine is now completely haywire, a pathological mechanical consciousness whose underlying logic no one can comprehend. As her eyes fall on one line of data, Jetavie's usually cheerful demeanor fades into something indescribable. Its mental age is, possibly, only around 7 or 8 years old. So he's a little baby? Does that mean we have to kill a little baby? Oh man. Okay. The Jester's Requiem. This is the 4th time I've introduced myself to you, Commandant. And the achievements are for witnessing the Jester's silly ending and hitting the ball back as hard as possible. Okay. Not sure what that means. Let's get into it. As you advance with Jetavie into the factory's deepest section, a bizarre stage bathed in flashing lights assaults your vision. This old man just keeps laughing. There's no way to communicate with him. Jetavie readies her greatsword with a swing, looking eager to engage. Pretty confident, aren't you? I've merged with the Matrix's computing power. Plus, I have the Chosen One by my side. The Jetavie you see now is basically a mini mobile Matrix, you know? Alright, let's do this. Ready, Chosen One?
Oh.
Behold, this grand stage I've set for you! Impressive, isn't it? Are you ready? I give you... the Gwynplaine Show!
I find your show to be in poor taste. Huh? Oh wait. Oh, I think I know what they mean, but I don't think I did it that time. Ah! Huh? Or maybe that's it? I don't think I did it again.
With all eyes on us. There you are. A third extrapolation. Ouch.
Ugh.
What are you staring at? Not make the same mistake. Too slow. With all eyes on us.
Oh,
Either have lost it. I have to override the access for more power. Chosen one, let me
I don't think he's supposed to be in that ball.
Ouch.
Hang on, I wanna try this again. But I think I might have missed my chance to hit the ball back with all my strength. But now I think I know what they mean.
Structure. It's just a clock. Not make the same mistake. Tear apart the long night has no end. With all eyes on us. Ouch.
A game of cards!
Not make the same mistake. Oh, feeling antsy, huh?
I don't think that was quite enough.
Not make the same mistake. With all eyes on us. What are you staring at? It's just a clock. Not make the same mistake. Head towards Crimson.
Ah!
Ouch.
It happens again! It's like a Zelda boss.
Staring at.
Oh! I didn't know I could trip him like that. Well, at least the visual bug's gone.
Lost it. I have to override the access for more power. Chosen one, lend me a hand.
Gwynplaine has completely lost control. Don't get hit by his attacks. I have a symbol above my head, and I don't like that. I don't know. Uh-oh. Gee, yeah!
Just for you. Surprise!
Ugh. Well, that's what happens. Was that not, is that not parryable, or am I just not doing it right?
Just for you. Surprise!
Ouch! The headquarters proved on! What are you staring at? Ouch! Tear apart the long night that has no end! The headquarters proved on! We're not there. Okay, the Matrix has completed the calculation. Now! With all eyes on us!
Over!
Okay,
Yay! With Gwynplaine's self-destruction, the already precarious structure of this dangerous place completely collapses. Amid tremors and falling debris, you and Jetavie break out of the factory. Countless corrupted surge out alongside you. Don't engage them. Fall back and defend the academy. Yeah, I got it. Jetavie unleashes her full power. A red flash streaks by, instantly clearing the area around the parked vehicles. You both climb into the truck, one in front and one behind. Jetavie hangs halfway out the window, using her firepower to clear a path. The Commandant seizes the opportunity to throw several grenades into the distance, creating chaos. Before long, the vehicle returns to the Academy District. From a distance, you can see numerous corrupted still gathered outside the Academy grounds. We destroyed the factory, so why are there still so many of these damn things? They've been accumulating for years, after all. You wrench the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding several corrupted attempting to ram this vehicle, then quickly tap your headset to answer the incoming call. Looks like you've taken care of the factory. But we still have a significant loose end to tie up. Give us a plan, Lee. Do you still have Squad G227's map on you? Drive around in circles to lure them away, and lead them back to the tower marked on the map. Someone will be there to place explosives so we can coordinate and eliminate them all at once. Can you handle this? The task force doesn't look like they can spare anyone right now. Not us. You. What do you mean? Before Jetavie can finish her question, her tone suddenly becomes animated. Number 55? Number 57? Several figures climb over the high academy walls. Though they appear somewhat disheveled, they move with renewed energy. They gesture frantically to Jetavie in the truck and, without breaking stride, race toward the tower with bundles of bags in hand. Chosen One, give us a hand! Leave it to me. With your foot on the gas pedal and one hand on the wheel, you and Jetavie lean out opposite sides of the vehicle. Gunfire erupts, and like sharks smelling blood, the corrupted horde's attention is instantly drawn by it, causing them to turn as one. Lee, how much time do they need? One will do. No problem! The vehicle and its stream of bullets trace an elegant arc across the street, as clouds of dust envelop the charging horde of corrupted. Soon, the vehicle completes its circuit and speeds directly toward the tower. Simultaneously, Lee's commands come through the public channel in the earpiece. Tower team, fall back! Commandant, no need to time it. Just rush past the tower. Copy that. The engine roars suddenly, drowning out Jetavie's dissatisfied muttering as the vehicle crosses the predetermined line. A piercing screech fills the air. In the rearview mirror, Lee's familiar signature attack cuts across the glass. After a brief delay, the tower suddenly collapses. I see number 55 and number 57. Don't panic. Lee's plan won't fail. The reassurance barely reaches Jetavie's ears as she's already jumped off the truck, rushing toward the collapsed tower. You sigh and turn the vehicle, leisurely making your way back to the base of the tower. As the door opens, the sight of students standing atop the ruins comes into view. The evening sunlight bathes the dust rising from the rubble in a warm red glow. Jetavie is excitedly conversing with one of the students when she hears the brakes and suddenly looks back. Then she rushes over in long strides. Chosen One, thank goodness! The old lady and Hewig are both completely safe. You should respect Teacher Martha. Jetavie carelessly sways her tail, unconcerned as another student approaches. Thank you, Luke. I am your teacher. This is what I should be doing. Teacher Martha asked me to tell you that the company has approved the final assessment. We are free now. This is all thanks to you. After speaking, her expression grows a bit odd. She glances at Jetavie and then lowers her voice slightly. Martha also had one more message. Leibowitz has already noticed you and your friend. Be careful. You firmly ruffle her hair, signaling her not to worry. It's alright. I'll handle it. Don't worry. I am your teacher after all. After the mission ends, you compile the briefings and send them all back together. As a Gestalt sub-terminal that utilizes the same source technology as Gestalt itself, the computing power of a single matrix is not to be underestimated. And what you discovered there is only the 7th matrix. Leibowitz likely controls other matrix facilities as well. Celica promptly updates the intelligence on Leibowitz and compiles your experiences and assessments for future military meetings. With this, Leibowitz officially enters Babylonia's radar. After learning about Jetavie's situation, Gestalt extends an invitation for her to return to Babylonia with them. Besides, even if they hadn't invited me, you won't get rid of me so easily. Rather than simply accepting the invitation, she enthusiastically follows you back to Babylonia of her own accord. She currently isn't assigned to any unit there, and falls directly under Gestalt's jurisdiction. After finishing the detailed report, you walk back toward your quarters. Luke? A blue-haired girl in a control court uniform approaches from the opposite direction. And you are... It's happened again, just as expected. She accepts the situation with a helpless expression, resigning herself. My name is Lesty. And this is the 4th time I've introduced myself to you, Commandant. 4th time? The girl carefully studies your expression, and after confirming your confusion isn't feigned, she smiles with satisfaction. Well, since you don't remember me at all, that means our confidentiality measures are working perfectly. Without answering your question, she skips away cheerfully, leaving you behind. What is she talking about? Whether or not to immerse is up to you. A blurry silhouette in your mind overlaps with the blue-haired girl you just met. We tried questioning Gestalt, but it only displayed a classified mission file about an operation you previously conducted with the control court. Do you remember it? Immersion, control court, Gestalt, infiltration mission to Leibowitz. All these key words seem to point to one thing. The reason you became the Chosen One. There are still many gaps in what you know, but as someone who trained alongside you, Jetavie might know some of the missing pieces. You're finally back, Chosen One! Human mission reports are so complicated, making Jetavie wait here for so long. The girl lying on the sofa sticks out her tongue in boredom, the small tail behind her swaying leisurely. I have some things I want to ask you. Well, I had no idea the Chosen One needed me so badly. A satisfied smile spreads across the girl's face. Let me guess. It's about how you connected to the Matrix back then. Do you remember that locked data chip we found in the Matrix before? Was that the data about the Chosen One that the company promised you before? No, I unlocked it. It was just a string of code used to remove the lock on Jetavie's data. Thanks to that, I've remembered many things about Yui and about you. If you're curious about how Jetavie came to be and how you became the Chosen One, then let Jetavie tell you all about it. Like she's about to tell a bedtime story, the girl puts on a motherly face. Oh, that's right! Jetavie points with her tail at the small white cube beside her, something you two brought back together from the Matrix. This is a birthday gift from you to Jetavie. A white box that lets humans and mechanoids play in virtual reality together. This mission just ended, so while we have some free time, why not join me and see what's inside? Jetavie came to see me recently. That entity born within the Matrix through your guidance. That child who visited Babylonia alongside the Grey Raven Commandant. However, that statement is slightly incorrect. Her birth did not occur under my guidance. But your will was integrated into the consciousness sample Jetavie is based on. Therefore, it is logical to infer that she was born through your guidance. It seems I didn't give you a complete picture of the information, of the Matrix information at the time. Consciousness samples are obtained through consciousness sampling. Due to the complexity of human consciousness, the sampling process doesn't occur just once. So you're saying that although the Chosen One and Jetavie were generated from the same person's consciousness sample, they correspond to different sampling periods. Yes. As for the outcome, my will only influenced the earliest consciousness sample that generated the Chosen One, but had no effect whatsoever on Jetavie. Since it occurred after your observation period, Whether or not her birth was influenced by you is ultimately just speculation, isn't it? That belongs to the hidden pages of this tale. No one knows the truth until they see it. She shrugs her shoulders with a resigned expression. When Jetavie came to see you, did she share her memory data with you? Indeed. In her memories, all the Chosen Ones have pink hair, while only Jetavie's hair is interspersed with black and white. Despite originating from the same person's consciousness sample, they possess completely different characteristics, which have remained stable throughout each reincarnation cycle. Because only the Chosen One models were contaminated by my will, Jetavie simply inherited the original consciousness sample's characteristics. I see. Even though you didn't guide Jetavie's creation, she did indeed receive your help during her growth within the Matrix. After all, from the beginning, the Chosen One had lost all personality due to overfitting, possessing no autonomy whatsoever, merely an empty shell. Such an empty vessel could never have accompanied Jetavie through countless apocalyptic reincarnation cycles. If the Grey Raven Commandant hadn't entered the Matrix and become the soul within that shell, Jetavie would have had to face her training alone, possibly never achieving true awakening. Babylonia was only able to immerse a non-allied Matrix facility with such precision because Hugh provided the Chosen One's connection ports. I merely jotted down the coordinates while observing. After that, I never directly interfered with the Matrix's operations again. But when the awakening training began, wasn't the real-world Matrix already suffering from punishing virus corruption? Even though her awakening was still incomplete and the Matrix was under corruption, Jetavie still managed to endure millions of reincarnation cycles. So by safely, you mean that almost every time she and the Chosen One failed to escape a collapsing world, or were defeated in vain by the higher authority. If that's what you call safe. Before her complete awakening, she wasn't infected by the punishing virus. That's the only outcome that matters. That entity called the higher authority within the Matrix, though it appears to be an avatar of the Chosen One from one of the reincarnation cycles, is actually an extension of your will, isn't it? That's precisely why the higher authority was able to prevent too many viruses from being introduced at once when the Matrix was under corruption, sparing Jetavie from a premature demise. One could say her growth was indirectly guided by you. If you insist on putting it that way, I suppose you're not wrong. Still, I couldn't prevent the suffering that the Chosen One and Jetavie endured during the punishing virus corruption. She sighs. Giving up on awakening and drifting in a haven of comfort would have been a valid choice as well. But Jetavie and the Chosen One instead walked the more desperate, thorny path of awakening. Even with a small nudge from me, it was they themselves who truly chose to push Jetavie toward the door to reality. A long time ago. This is truly pathetic. In this condition, can we still recycle it? Of course, let's take it with us for now. What about the two models inside? Don't worry about them, they'll most likely be scrapped. We just need to take what's useful. Brother. I don't want this piece of scrap metal as my brother. It's just a monster that looks like me. Machines. Horst hates machines the most. Pallid bed sheets, cold fluorescent lights, the acrid smell of disinfectant, along with the constant mechanical beeping of monitoring equipment and the irritating creaking of rehabilitation devices. All of this constitutes the entirety of Horst Schmidt's memories for the past 2 years. At first, he writes in his diary about the day's events, his feelings, and his wishes for tomorrow. However, after just a few months, this practice loses all meaning. Because every day, he can only write down one sentence. Today, medication, injections, rehabilitation exercises. The only thing he can look forward to is the weekly visiting hours, those moments when his parents appear in the hospital room, even if they can only stay with him for a short while. But today's visiting hours are almost over, and their familiar figures have yet to appear. Could something have delayed them on the way? Horst wonders groggily, his mind clouded by the side effects of his medication. In his drowsy state, he seems to hear his parents' voices, fragmented and interrupted, mingled with the doctor's voice. From their tone, it sounds like they're arguing about something. Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt, your son's condition has shown significant improvement after treatment. Given more time, complete recovery is entirely possible. This child has been so brave all this time. To give up now, it would be such a terrible waste. Nearly 3 years of treatment, so much money spent, and he still can't even get out of bed. My efforts were wasted on him. He's a disgrace to our family. Even if he's discharged, who knows what lasting effects he'll have? Am I supposed to take care of him for the rest of my life? If that happens, just imagine how people would mock our family. We'd be better off pretending we never had a son. Once we've spent the last of our money, don't ask us for anything else, whether he's cured or not. No. Dad, Mom, don't give up on me. I want to live. He wants to cry out, but no sound escapes his parched throat. Fear washes over his foggy mind. In the darkness, what appear to be the silhouettes of his father and mother materialize before his eyes. He tries to reach out to touch them, but their figures remain forever beyond his grasp. He can't decipher the expressions on his parents' faces. Is it weariness, indifference, or disgust? Poor kid. The doctor's voice reaches him faintly as Horst slips back into unconsciousness. After that conversation between his parents and the doctor, Horst has never received another visit from them. Horst, your parents have been very busy lately and haven't had the time to visit, but they're very concerned about you. You just focus on getting better, alright? Alright. Thank you, Doctor. Please tell my father and mother. I miss them so much. Horst doesn't expose this clumsy yet well-intentioned lie. Instead, he retrieves the diary he hasn't touched for a long time. Today, took medicine, got injections, worked hard in rehab, asked doctor for extra exercises. Today, halved pain meds, stepped up rehab exercises, challenged myself to be independent in daily tasks. Today, in pain, but chose to refuse painkillers, requested removal of the support braces. Today, completed discharge procedures. Horst stands at the hospital entrance, tugging at his coat that refuses to fit properly, no matter how he adjusts it. He stands at the hospital entrance from early morning until noon, before finally catching sight of his father coming to pick him up. Through the curtain of rain, the car winds along the mountain road. Inside, nothing breaks the awkward silence except the faint hum of the engine. A 3-year gap exists in Horst's memories of living with his father. Though he sits once more in the familiar car seat, an unshakable sense of unease lingers. I'm gonna take a quick drink. Okay. Dad. I just wanted to say that from now on, I'll work harder than before. I won't disappoint you again. Don't just talk the talk, Horst. Follow through on your words with actions. Make yourself presentable. When we get home, I'll introduce you to your younger brother. Younger brother? His father doesn't respond, continuing to focus his gaze on the road ahead. My efforts were wasted on him. He's a disgrace to our family. If that happens, just imagine how people would mock our family. We'd be better off pretending we never had a son. That's just reality, Horst. You'll understand. Horst, don't upset your father. You need to be sensible. Right. That's wonderful, Dad. The car drives into the family courtyard. This is Horst's first time setting foot here in 3 years. His mother walks out upon hearing their arrival, then gestures for a child behind her to come forward. Welcome home, brother. His little brother is not some cute, rosy-cheeked baby. Upon seeing a figure identical to himself, Horst's gaze freezes. Come here, Horst. This is your brother, Dennis. I finally get to meet you, brother. I'm so happy. I've been so eager to see you. Same height, same features. He stands before Horst like a reflection in a mirror, wearing a dutiful smile and opening his arms for a hug. He notices a QR code on the other's neck, along with a glaring line of small text. Leibowitz Limited, Household Android MTHD-3 model. This is an android? Dennis maintains his friendly, proper smile, while that face, all too identical to his own, utterly repulses Horst. Why would you do something like this? How can he look identical to me? This is revolting! Horst, you need to learn to control your emotions. You're grown up now. Can't keep being willful like you were as a child. Perhaps you should learn some of Dennis's good sense and politeness. I don't want this piece of scrap metal as my brother. It's just a monster that looks like me. You... Why would you do this to me? That's enough, Horst. Is this how you speak to your parents? Go to the storage room and cool off. When you've realized your mistake, come back and properly apologize to us. His father shoves him into the storage room as if he were picking up a baby chick. As the door closes, Horst can still hear the voice of that damned android. Mom, Dad, please don't be angry. Horst might just not be feeling well. I promise I'll be his best friend. Dad, I've already made you coffee. Mom, I've tidied up my room as well. I'll go continue my piano practice for today now. What a good boy you are, Dennis. Horst is so hungry. He hasn't had any lunch or dinner. The aroma of food and coffee wafts in from outside, along with the sound of the piano music. Eventually, all those sounds fade away. It's bedtime now, but Horst remains locked in the dark, cold storage room. Horst feels like an unwanted stranger in his own home. There's no place for him anymore. Why? Does that metal head with its worthless chip get praised for being well-behaved and polite, just for spouting a few pre-programmed lines? Does he even deserve it? Is he even human? Horst spends the entire night consumed by rage. But when he's finally released from the storage room next morning, his hunger overpowers his anger. Man, this is fucked up. What should you say now, Horst? I'm sorry, Mom. Dad. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Dennis like that. Meanwhile, that disgusting android stands next to Horst's parents, still wearing its perfect smile. It's okay, Horst. I suppose that's barely acceptable. Clean yourself up properly. Your face is filthy. I can hardly stand to look at you. I'll go wash up now. Dennis, I'll come find you later, and then we can play a new game together. Okay. Standing on the rooftop, Horst carefully peeks down to gauge the height. This should be high enough, he thinks. With his parents away from home, it's the perfect time to play a game. Hey Dennis, the game starts now. Jump down from here. But what kind of game is this? Why should I jump down? I might get hurt. No, it won't hurt. Just jump onto that tree over there. Let's play a game. You be the criminal, and I'll be the police officer. You jump down, and then I'll catch you. Got it? Then hurry up and jump. What are you waiting for? Okay. The android leaps forward, jumping toward the tree in the courtyard. The still growing branches clearly cannot withstand the impact of an android falling from such a height. A loud crack, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, echoes through the air. Horst walks to the scene, satisfied to see the android lying on the ground with twisted limbs. Stupid tin can. Not so smug now, are you? If Mom and Dad ask what happened, tell them you fell by accident. Got it? Understood. Horst. What Horst doesn't realize is that his parents have returned home early and witnessed the entire scene. Explain yourself! Why would you do such a thing? Were you trying to kill him? How did you turn out like this? I never should have given birth to a child like you. You're grounded, Horst. I don't want to see you for the next week. Dennis, are you alright? Come with us to the company dinner tonight instead of staying home alone. I'm fine, Dad. I've already run my self-repair program. Everything's working properly now. A company dinner? That's wonderful. Can I play the piano there? I practiced some new pieces yesterday. Of course you can. Oh. And when you introduce yourself tonight, tell everyone your name is Horst. Be a good boy and remember that, alright? I'll remember, Dad. Horst stands there watching them chat happily together, feeling nothing more than a piece of furniture within his own home. That android has stolen his parents' love, his position in the family, and now even his name. What brother? This isn't a person. This is just a disgusting machine. You shut your mouth. You're no son of ours. His parents' eyes have never looked so unfamiliar. This place is no longer his home. Fine then. Let this worthless piece of metal be your son instead. Hey, Tinhead. Go and make your mom and dad proud. When they're dying, you'd better stay right by their side. Horst screams these words until his voice breaks, then bolts out the door without looking back. Many years later, Horst realizes that those words had, in some sense, sounded the death knell for Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt. Later that day, as the punching buyer strikes, the android with the surname Schmidt carries out the final instruction it received from its young master. On a street filled with haywire mechanoids and blood, Horst once again sees Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt, or what remains of their broken bodies. Their dear son Horst is by their side, continuously calling out Mom and Dad. All the while, he is methodically tearing the bodies of the two humans in evening wear into pieces. When they die, I'll stay right by their side. Mom and Dad, are finally dead now. Horst turns to face the real Horst, red eyes glowing intensely as they lock onto him, his neck emitting creaking mechanical grinding sounds. The mechanical grinding continues to echo, the sound of the clown's factory manufacturing corrupted. The memory abruptly ends. Horst deeply despises mechanoids, and yet ironically, this hatred grants him unmatched insight into their internal structures, like how best to dismantle and exploit them. Leibowitz, of course, recognizes his talent in this area and recruits him as a senior manager. Are you done yet? There seems to be some issues with the factory's detonation program. After Gwynplaine was blasted by Jetavie's shot, he started heading back to the factory on instinct. The factory's existence is direct evidence that Horst deliberately manufactured corrupted to attack company-owned cities. To prevent others from detecting Gwynplaine's movements, Horst must destroy this factory ahead of schedule. Is it done yet? He asks, enunciating each word separately, as the grinding gears amplify the anxiety churning within him. All set. I'm ready, but we need to synchronize the detonation with Jack and Paul's teams. Tell those two to hurry up! 004802 to 004803 and 004801. Requesting synchronized status reports on your control stations. No response. Horst's brow twitches with unease. He glances back over his shoulder. Gone. Of the guards he brought with him, not a single one remains. His hair stands on end. Sir, maybe we should detonate them now. Ugh! The subordinate's body vanishes into the darkness. So fun! So much fun! I want more! I want more dance partners! Dance! Dance! In the dim light, the clown's surroundings come into view. Dance partners sprawled everywhere, with rivers of dark red blood flowing into the darkness. The clown changes direction, staggering unsteadily toward Horst. Dance! Dance with me! Ninth directive. Consciousness suppression command. Execute. 10th directive. Emergency shutdown command. Execute. Command rejected. 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 The clown draws closer, his body spinning frantically like the high-speed saw whirling in his hand. Spin round and round with me! Amidst the ruins of the machine factory, the clown continues his waltz. He holds Horst's hand and spins round and round at the center of the factory, as if it were the stage for a gruesome waltz. They slide across a floor slick with blood and strewn with corpses. However, his dance partner can no longer follow his steps, because the lifeless, shattered remains of Horst are unable to witness this scene. The clown clutches Horst's cold, rigid arm, continuing his frenzied dance. Until the day when this machine factory and this city are completely forgotten by humanity. Well, that was a fucked up ending. There is a hidden story, but I'll get to that next time. Right now, I'm gonna try and get that achievement. I wanna get it. And this will be the last thing I do before I go to bed. Hi there! Now that I know you're kind of just a kid, I feel bad for you. You really don't know what's going on, do you?
I did not make the same mistake. Tear apart the long night has no end.
Woohoo!
Let's end the journey. With all eyes on us.
Okay, I don't think I need to fully charge to hit the bowl back. I think I just need to... Ugh. I just need to keep hitting it.
Feeling antsy, huh?
Ow!
All cleared. What are you staring at? With all eyes on us.
Ah! Come on, do the ball thing again.
Too slow.
Ah! Do it again. Come on. That's better. Yeah, I forgot that I could just hold down basic attack to do continuous shots.
Lost it. I have to override the access for more power. Chosen one, lend me a hand. Absurd extrapolation. Do not make the same mistake.
Ah!
Slow.
Huh? Oh, it's this again.
Head towards me, push on.
Ah! Ah!
My turn.
I kinda parried that.
Structure. Stand the clock. I did not make the same mistake.
Ah!
Tear apart the long night has
Mhm.
no end. Journey. With all eyes on us. Okay, the Matrix has completed the calculation. Now! Structure! All clear. I did not make the same mistake.
Oh! I got a hidden one. Neat. I also managed to clear the boss fight without dying. That's fun. Okay. Oh, and I forgot about this. The The anchor of reincarnation has witnessed the rise and fall of countless successors. She condenses the past into the tip of her gun, sacrificing herself to shatter the pendulum of the countdown, guiding the story's ending toward a true daybreak. Yay! Okay. Well, it's very late now. Oh wait, yeah, it's very late now. So, I'm gonna stop here. But thanks for sticking with me for so long. It looks like JP is still streaming, so I think we'll go raid him. And I'm planning on doing the hidden story of this chapter tomorrow night. So, yeah. Hopefully tomorrow night. Thank you for coming. I hope that you all have a really good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you later. Bye, everybody. Oh, and sleep well if you're going to bed soon. Bye-bye.